Chapter 4370. Deguzi and little Yu did not notice the strange actions of the nearby cultivators. At this moment, they were all frightened by Ning Qi's invitation. Could it be that the other party was planning to cut off their hands and feet and make them beg? But looking at their age, there was not much difference between them, so it should not be. But why would such a well-dressed young master want two dirty beggars like them to be his attendants? Furthermore, he even knows my sister's name. Deguzi's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance, then he shook his head and pulled little Yu back. Young master, we are only beggars, we do not know how to serve people, thank you for your kindness. Compared to when we were in the netherworld, Deguzi is much smarter and more cautious. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of a smile, but the smile slowly disappeared. Perhaps it was because their lives in the world of the living were even more bitter than before, that they were able to hone their current temperament? Suddenly, Deguzi seemed to realize that he had bumped into someone, and quickly turned around to look, only to find a large group of cultivators standing behind him. The spacious road had long been blocked, and the nearby stall owners had all put away their things, hiding in the distance and watching in bewilderment. So dirty! The cultivator that Deguzi bumped into looked at his own clothes, and muttered to himself. Then, with a wave of his hand, Deguzi and little Yu were sent flying, falling towards Ning Qi. Deguzi danced with joy, and in his panic, he used his own body to protect little Yu, wanting to cushion her when she landed. In the end, there was no pain as imagined, and instead, they landed lightly on the ground. What is going on? Deguzi looked around in bewilderment. Why would this group of high and mighty cultivators surround them here? Could it be, he subconsciously looked towards Ning Qi. Unless this group of cultivators came for this young master, there was no other explanation other than this. These two beggars are about the same age as him, they may be from the same group. If we capture them together, Cloud Rise Academy may also give a reward. A deep and resounding voice rang out slowly. The nearby cultivators immediately opened up a path, only to see a strong man slowly walking over with a group of cultivators. He was tall, had long arms, and emitted an aura that made the nearby cultivators secretly revere him. The newcomer was the owner of Hejian Lane, a grand cultivator of the Golden Core stage. Boss, he looks exactly like the portrait from Cloud Rising Academy. It should be him, there's no doubt about it. There was a perfected foundation establishment cultivator next to the Hejian Square's boss. He took out a portrait with a fawning expression and compared it with Ning Qi. Cloud Rise Academy? Ning Qi narrowed his eyes. Elder Ming's death had already been exposed. The other party had his own portrait. It seemed that Cloud Rise Academy was with Elder Ming. If there was a method similar to the Life Medallion, the underworld also had a similar method. Little kid, did you steal something from Cloud Rise Academy? Or did you insult a big shot from Cloud Rise Academy? Why would Cloud Rise Academy send out an order to look for a kid like you? The owner of Hejian Lane looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He suspected that the other party might have some sort of treasure on him. Otherwise, Cloud Rise Academy wouldn't have put in so much effort. However, he didn't have a share of the treasure. There were too many people here today, and the news couldn't be kept a secret. He could only capture the other party and claim the reward. Cloud Rise Academy is looking for me, but they didn't tell you why? Ning Qi smiled faintly. How dare you? How dare you speak to the boss like that? The Perfected Foundation establishment cultivator next to the Hejian Square's boss shouted angrily. Ning Qi looked at him and nodded slightly. The other party was already a dead man. Cloud Rise Academy is so powerful that they wouldn't tell us why they're looking for you. However, since you've appeared here today, you've given me an opportunity. I won't make things difficult for you. The three of you come with me to Cloud Rise Academy. The Hejian Square's boss smiled. That's true. If they tell you that I killed a Golden Core cultivator from Cloud Rise Academy, You won't dare to do anything even if you see me. Ning-Chi nodded. A golden core cultivator? Everyone present was a Qi refinement cultivator. There were only a few foundation establishment cultivators, and the only golden core cultivator was the Hejian Square's boss. Hearing Ning-Chi's words, everyone was stunned. Then, ha ha ha! The perfected foundation establishment cultivator next to the boss couldn't help but laugh. You dare say you're a golden core cultivator at your age? Do you really see golden core cultivators as beggars on the streets? Deguzi and little Yuer's expressions changed slightly. Although they were a little angry, they didn't dare to refute. They could only grit their teeth and lower their heads. Beggars on the streets? Do you know that beggars on the streets are also incredible people? Perhaps there's a reincarnation of a powerful being in the netherworld? Ning-Chi said with a faint smile. Reincarnation of the netherworld? Ha ha ha, there's no netherworld in this world. Boss, let me capture this kid and bring them to Cloud Rise Academy. I don't think this kid will be sensible. The perfected foundation establishment cultivator cupped his fists at the Hejian Square's boss. All right. The Hejian Square's boss nodded lightly. Seeing this, the other party immediately walked towards Ning-Chi. However, as soon as he took his first step, Ning-Chi's aura began to rise gradually. When he was only 5 or 6 steps away from Ning-Chi, Ning-Chi's aura had already surpassed the boss's by countless times. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Hejian Square. If anyone dared to leave the place without permission, Ning-Chi would be able to sense it. With a single movement of his aura, he could kill the person. The perfected foundation establishment cultivator stood rooted to the ground, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He never thought that what the other party said just now was actually true. This aura was clearly that of a late-stage golden core cultivator or even a perfected golden core cultivator. It was several times stronger than the Hejian Square's boss. The other party was an old monster in the body of a teenager. The Hejian Square's boss originally had a faint smile on his face. However, as Ning-Chi's aura continued to rise, the smile on his face became increasingly stiff. In the end, he subconsciously rubbed his face and looked at Ning-Chi in shock. Cloud Rise Academy set me up. The Hejian Square's boss suddenly cursed in his heart. No wonder Cloud Rise Academy gave such a generous reward. The person they were looking for was at least a late-stage golden core cultivator. How many such cultivators were there in the entire Mountain Sea region? These were all big shots that were extremely close to becoming nascent soul cultivators. Didn't you want to capture me? Come here. Ning-Chi looked at the perfected foundation establishment cultivator and said indifferently. Sweat dripped onto the ground continuously. As senior, it's a misunderstanding. The other party stuttered, his eyes filled with fear. Another misunderstanding. Let's resolve this misunderstanding then. Ning-Chi flipped his palm. The terrifying power directly turned this perfected foundation establishment cultivator in front of him into dust. A gust of wind blew and the small amount of dust immediately dispersed. With that, the misunderstanding is resolved. Ning-Chi smiled faintly and looked at the Hejian Square's boss. Is there a misunderstanding between us as well? Chapter 43-71. Is there a misunderstanding between you and me? This seemed to be an interrogation from the soul. The owner of the Hejian Square broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly waved his hand. Senior, there has never been a misunderstanding between you and me, but I just spoke arrogantly and offended you. Please punish me. After saying that, as a golden core cultivator, the owner of the Hejian Square, who was famous in this area, knelt down on the spot. His attitude of admitting his mistake was very sincere. The surrounding cultivators were very frightened. The scene in front of them had a great impact on them. In front of the owner of the Hejian Square, their status was low, their cultivation was weak, and there was no comparison. But such an existence could only kneel in front of the young man in front of them and beg for mercy. Their gazes toward Ningqi became full of awe. Punishment? That's fine. Ningqi smiled faintly and nodded. A terrifying spiritual power instantly enveloped the owner of the Hejian square. Before he could react, he was completely strangled. He reached out and grabbed at the void. A round, mottled, and impure golden core fell into Ningqi's hand. From it, Ningqi obtained some spiritual qi, but compared to Elder Ming's golden core, it was much weaker. He killed even if it was a misunderstanding, and even if it was not a misunderstanding, he still killed even if he sincerely admitted his mistake. This is a devil. The surrounding cultivators kept breaking out in a cold sweat. They did not know what kind of ending awaited them today. So strong. Deguzi was shocked by Ningqi's means. His eyes were wide open, and there was a hint of envy in his eyes from time to time. Too strong. The owner of the Hejian square was such a character, but he was killed so easily. This scene made Deguzi's heart extremely shocked. He suddenly remembered that Ningqi had just planned to take him and his sister as servants. Could it be? Could it be that I have an extremely high cultivation talent? Yes, it must be like this. Deguzi's mood became excited. Since he knew that Ningqi was such a strong cultivator, he no longer worried that Ningqi would plot against him and his sister. What could they have on them that was worth Ningqi coveting? People in the Hejian square, listen up. Leave the things in your hands and your storage rings. I will give you 10 breaths to escape. After 10 breaths, those who are still in the Hejian square will be killed without mercy. Ningqi smiled faintly. Under the agitation of the spiritual qi, the voice instantly covered the entire Hejian square. All the cultivators were shocked and doubtful. Some were angry, some were timid, and some were very straightforward. They threw the things on their bodies to the ground and fled directly. For example, the subordinates of the master of Hejian square. After they saw with their own eyes that their master was easily crushed like an ant by the other party, they no longer had any thoughts of fighting with him. They only hoped to leave here quickly, so how could they dare to bargain? Deguzi, Xiao Yuer, follow me closely. Ningqi smiled. When the two of them saw this, they hurriedly followed behind Ningqi. Soon, Ningqi took the two around the Hejian square and harvested about 150,000 to 160,000 spiritual energy value. Without stopping for too long, he took the two away on the cloud. Only after the three of them had left for a long time did someone dare to muster up the courage to return to Hejian Fang. As a result, this group of cultivators saw a scene that was beyond their imagination. None of the things they left behind were taken away, but the magic treasures were devoid of spiritual energy and had been reduced to ordinary objects. Why was this? What was the other party's intention in doing this? What is the background of this person? I've never heard of such a person in the Mountain Sea region. I'm afraid he's from the outside world. Everyone, don't touch anything in Hejian Fang. Cloud Rise Academy has already received the news, and there will be golden core powerhouses arriving from time to time. If anyone dares to touch anything, they will have to bear the consequences. A cultivator warned. The cultivators who were planning to fish in troubled waters heard this, and were slightly shocked. They did not dare to have that idea anymore. The people from Cloud Rise Academy had not arrived yet, but the city lord of Jinling City, who was not far away, had arrived first. The city lord of Jinling City's nascent soul aura deterred the cultivators present. They all lowered their heads and stood where they were. The city lord of Jinling walked slowly in Hejian Fang. Everywhere he looked, there were magic treasures that had lost their spiritual energy and had become ordinary objects. This scene matched perfectly with the scene at the Sword Appreciation Conference. Coupled with the order issued by Cloud Rise Academy, He could already conclude that the sword that had caused the swords from all over the Sword Appreciation Conference to lose their spiritual energy was not the ordinary iron sword that he had studied for a period of time but had no clue about. Everything was the doing of that cultivator who looked like he was 5 or 6 years old but was actually hiding his cultivation level. But why did he do this? What was the point of him absorbing the spiritual energy in the magic treasures? What kind of method did he use to deceive everyone, such that even he couldn't see through it? As the city lord of Jinling City was deep in thought, another aura came from afar. When he saw the city lord of Jinling City, his expression changed slightly. He stepped forward and bowed. Wu Chong greets the city lord of Jinling City. It's Elder Wu. You're late. The person that Cloud Rise Academy is looking for has already left this place. The owner of Hejian Fong was also killed by him. The city lord of Jinling City smiled. Wu Chong's expression changed drastically. He looked around and could not help but clench his fists. The scene of devastation was clearly a provocation to Cloud Rise Academy. He didn't care about the death of the Hejian Square's workshop master, but he died at the hands of the person Cloud Rising Academy was looking for. If Cloud Rising Academy didn't give him an explanation, who would listen to Cloud Rising Academy's orders in the future? City Lord of Jinling City, you're a nascent soul cultivator. Can't you find the whereabouts of that person? Wu Chong cupped his fists. When I arrived, he had already left for a long time. The world is a big place. Without special methods, even if I'm a soul formation cultivator, I won't be able to find him. The city lord of Jinling City said with a faint smile, but why didn't Cloud Rise Academy mention that he killed your Elder Ming when you issued the order? You should at least let the cultivators know who the person they're looking for is. If the owner of Hejian Fong was prepared, he wouldn't have lost his life in vain. This is Cloud Rise Academy's negligence, Wu Chong said slowly after a few moments of silence. The cultivators around him criticized him in their hearts. However, no one dared to refute him. Could a single word of negligence resolve this matter? Of course not. They knew that Cloud Rise Academy would definitely find the person and give them an explanation. Be honest. Where did he come from? The city lord of Jinling City said with a faint smile. City lord of Jinling City, I'm not too sure about this person's background. Maybe you can ask our palace lord. Wu Chong forced a smile. He knew that the person was related to the Xian Corp sect, but he also knew that the palace lord was planning to use this person to establish a connection with the descendant of the perfected immortal. Chapter 4372. I have to ask your palace lord personally? It seems that this person's background is quite powerful. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with Jinling City, so I won't interfere. The Jinling City lord smiled faintly, then rose into the air and left. Wu Chong was startled, then he frowned and shouted to his left and right, Someone, tell me exactly what happened in the Hejian Lane. A cultivator mustered up the courage to come forward and tell the whole story. You said that he had 2 little beggars with him, and they were about the same age as him? It seems that those 2 little beggars are not ordinary people. What's their background? Wu Chong frowned. Senior, those 2 little beggars are called De Guzi and Xiao Yue. They have been wandering around the Hejian Lane for a long time. They are actually ordinary people. When I set up my stall here, I often see them. The Qi condensation cultivator who kicked the 2 of them said cautiously. Ordinary people? Someone who can easily kill a golden core stage cultivator would take a fancy to 2 little beggars? Wu Chong's eyes flashed with suspicion. No matter what, he had to report everything that happened today to the Palace Lord of Cloud Rising Academy. The opponent's methods were not to be underestimated. De Guzi and Little Yu supported each other as they stood at the top of the clouds. Their faces were filled with amazement as they looked at the scene in front of them. They watched as the clouds continuously whizzed past them, gradually disappearing into the distance. The two of them were truly too amazed. They had never thought that there would be a day where they could be like those immortals, riding the clouds and riding the mist. How can I help them recover their memories? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of thought. He had reincarnated from the underworld, and because of the Buddhist bead between his eyebrows, he retained his memories. However, De Guzi and Xiao Yue were different. They no longer remembered the underworld. In the Yang realm, Ning Qi was not sure if there was a way to recall the memories of the reincarnated, but it was not impossible. When I advance to the nascent soul stage, or an even stronger stage, it should be easier to find a way to restore their memories. Ning Qi looked at the two of them and made a decision in his heart. After flying for a long time, Ning Qi stopped in midair with a thought. After looking down, he took the two of them to the top of a mountain. This mountain range had verdant hills and limpid waters. There were mountain springs, gurgling creeks, and huge waterfalls that whistled down. Endless clouds and mist rose into the air. Other than the lack of spiritual qi, there was nothing bad about this place. There was not much spiritual energy, so there were no demonic beasts in the mountain range. There were also no cultivators staying here. However, there was a ruined Taoist temple on the mountain. It was covered with a lot of dust, and it seemed like no one had been here for a long time. De Guzi and Xiao Yue only felt the wind whistling past their ears. Almost in an instant, they appeared in front of the ruined Taoist temple. What do you think of this place? Ning Qi smiled. Young master, this Taoist temple seems to have been uninhabited for a long time. However, it has been through the baptism of wind and rain, so it isn't that dilapidated. It has walls to block the wind and tiles to block the rain. It's not bad. De Guzi said cautiously. Then let's stay here for the time being. However, we need to give this Taoist temple a new name. What do you think would be a better name? Ning Qi laughed. Young master, my sister and I haven't studied much. How would we know how to name things? De Guzi said in a low voice. That's true. We met at Qin Tang Temple. This temple, let's call it Qin Tang Temple. I hope it starts with Qin Tang and ends with Qin Tang. Ning Qi smiled and gently waved his hand. In an instant, countless spiritual qi fell on the Qin Tang Temple. After a few breaths, the Qin Tang Temple became spotless. On the plaque at the door, there were 3 more big words. Qin Tang Temple. Such a method made De Guzi and Xiao Yue secretly surprised. This was most likely the method of a deity. Were they really going to run into great luck this time? At this time, 2 bronze-armored corpses slowly appeared behind the two. De Guzi sensed something and turned around to look. He was immediately startled. Don't be afraid. They are the protectors of Qin Tang Temple. They can't speak, but they are strong and can defend against enemies. Ning Qi smiled and said to the 2 bronze-armored corpses, You two will guard the door of the Taoist temple from now on. The 2 bronze-armored corpses slowly walked to the left and right of the door. In front of De Guzi and Xiao Yue, they slowly disappeared. Too magical. De Guzi's eyes revealed a look of envy. He also wanted to have this kind of ability so that he could settle down in this chaotic world. Do you know that in this world there is the Yin realm and the Yang realm? After people die, they will all go to the Yin realm. Ning Qi led the two to walk around the Taoist temple and said with a smile. The two were originally looking at everything in the Taoist temple. They were happy that they had a safe place to live. After hearing Ning Qi's words, they were slightly startled. Young master, is there really the Yin realm in this world? After people die, they will go to the Yin realm? In the past there was, but now I don't know. Ning Qi smiled. There is actually no difference between the Yin realm and the Yang realm. If there is a difference, it is that they are 2 different worlds with different rules. When the people of the Yang realm go to the Yin realm, they are just like that. The people of the Yin realm also have the ability to reach the heavens. The 2 of you used to be big figures in the Yin realm. The 2 of us in the Yin realm. The two stopped walking. Their eyes revealed a look of fear. They could not understand what the other party was saying. Could it be that this person in front of them was the legendary ghost that ate children? What are you afraid of? I just carried the memories of the Yin realm and reincarnated into the Yang realm. When we were in the Yin realm, we already knew each other. Ningqi smiled lightly. The two's faces revealed a look of disbelief. You don't believe me? That's fine. When the day comes that I can find a way to restore your memories, you will know everything. During this period of time, I will be in seclusion here. If you have nothing to do, don't go to the Taoist temple. With your current methods, even ordinary beasts can take your lives. Ningqi smiled. Brother, what young master said, could it be true? Did we really know him in the Yin realm? After Ningqi went into seclusion, little Yu quietly asked. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, as long as he has no ill intentions towards us, De Guzi said while looking around. Then he frowned slightly. Cultivators need a long time to go into seclusion. There is no food here. Brother, there is a fruit tree in front of the Taoist temple. There are fruits on it. They look delicious. Little Yu reminded. De Guzi's eyes slightly lit up. Let's go, I will go pick some for you to eat. In the place of seclusion. Ningqi looked at the more than 2 million spiritual energy value on the attribute panel. Without hesitation, he clicked on the plus sign. His cultivation suddenly soared from the late stage of gold core to the peak of gold core. This point consumed 500,000 spiritual energy value. There were still 700,000 spiritual energy value left. The plus sign was still bright. It meant that he could continue to click. After clicking it, he should be able to advance to the nascent soul stage. In the Yushan Sea region, the nascent soul stage was the first-class powerhouse. They were respected as ancestors. With this cultivation, it was enough to deal with most situations. Chapter 43-73. Deep in the mountains, a thin and weak figure was carrying a large bundle of firewood, moving forward with difficulty. Last time, Grandpa Lin brought me into the mountains and saw that spiritual herb. If I can pick it and sell it, I'll have enough money to hire a doctor to treat my mother, the thin and small figure muttered to herself. Even though she was sweating profusely, one could still see that her face was very delicate. She was a little girl around 5 or 6 years old. A child of this age could not carry much firewood. In the past, the villagers pitied her and brought her into the mountains, helping her bring more firewood down the mountain. Unfortunately, Grandpa Lin, who treated her the best, had died of illness some time ago. Some people in the village secretly said that she was a jinn. She caused her father's death, her mother's serious illness, and even Grandpa Lin's death. This caused the villagers to subconsciously distance themselves from her. They no longer helped her, afraid that her bad luck would taint them. Li Chou did not give up because of this. She still went into the mountains every day to collect firewood. Day after day, she gradually understood that without the help of the villagers, the amount of firewood she collected every day was only enough for the mother and daughter to barely survive. She still could not eat her fill every day. Her mother's spirit was getting worse and worse. This time, she decided to pick that spiritual herb, even though the cliff was steep and very dangerous. Grandpa Lin had specially told her not to go near that place. If she fell, not even her bones would be left. Li Chou walked for a long time. Her legs were already bruised, but she was still unwilling to put down the firewood on her back. There were often people in the village who went into the mountains. If the firewood was picked up, her efforts would be in vain. After walking for a long time, Li Chou felt very tired. She gritted her teeth and moved forward step by step. Finally, she approached the cliff. At the same time, he could see the spirit herb in the distance, facing the wind at the bottom of the steep cliff. The wind blew at the bottom of the cliff. Li Chou's eyes flashed with surprise. She hurriedly put down the firewood on her back. Now that she was here, she was not afraid that the firewood would be picked up by others. After putting down the firewood, she immediately felt much more relaxed. Soon, she approached the cliff. Below the cliff was a bottomless abyss. The fog lingered, making Li Chou feel dizzy. She could not help but want to retreat. No. I can't retreat. Mother is still waiting for money to save her life. With money, I can take Mother away from this village and live in the town. That will be good for Mother's health, and it will be more convenient to see a doctor. Li Chou clenched her fist, her eyes filled with determination as she walked step by step towards the edge of the cliff. She observed for a while and determined a relatively safe route. If she could really pick this spirit herb, she would be able to change her and her mother's fate. 1 step, 2 step. He was close. Large beads of sweat slid down Li Chou's forehead. She tightly gripped onto the protruding rock at the edge of the cliff, her feet stuck to the other side. Right now, she was already almost above the bottomless abyss. Soon. He would be able to pick the spirit herb soon. A trace of joy appeared in Li Chou's eyes. Finally, she grabbed the root of the spiritual herb and slowly pulled it out. Such a violent method would destroy some of the medicinal effects of the spiritual herb, but Li Chou didn't understand this and didn't care. As long as she could exchange it for enough money to treat her mother and enough for them to move to town, that was enough. Li Chou was excited and planned to go back the way she came. At this time, she didn't notice that the originally clear sky was filled with dark clouds. Lightning flashed within the dark clouds like dragons. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell directly in the direction of the Qin Tang Temple. A terrifying sound wave swept in all directions, bringing with it a howling gale. Li Chou jumped in fright. Then, her hands and legs slipped, and her frail body directly fell towards the bottomless abyss. During this time, she still tightly held onto the spirit medicine in her hands, but her eyes were filled with fear, so much so that she couldn't even make a sound. The gale blew against her clothes. Only when she was about to hit the ground did Li Chou recover from her fear and let out a scream of despair. Li Chou tightly closed her eyes. She knew that she was going to die. After she died, she would never be able to see her mother again. She would never be able to see the black dog that kept barking at her at the entrance of the village. She would not be able to visit her father's grave on Qingming Festival, nor would she be able to visit Grandpa Lin's grave. Without me, Mother will starve to death. Tears fell from the corners of Li Chou's eyes. But after a while, she found that not only did she not fall to the ground, but she was also continuously rising. In the blink of an eye, she saw the cliff that she had fallen from when she was gathering spiritual herbs. What was going on? Li Chou's eyes suddenly opened. What she saw was the side of a face. The owner of the side of the face was clearly about her age. She subconsciously looked down and then let out an even louder scream. After a few breaths, Li Chou said with respect, "Are you White Impermanence? Am I dead?" "You are not dead. I am the master of the Qin Tang Temple." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "When I was going through the tribulation, the lightning tribulation scared you. You almost died because of me. I will take you to the Qin Tang Temple to rest for a while." Qin Tang Temple? Li Chou was stunned. She did not understand the situation, but it was enough for her to know that she was not dead. "I am not dead, so Mother will not starve to death," Li Chou muttered to herself. Then, she quickly looked at the spiritual herb in her hand. Luckily, the spiritual herb was still here. Li Chou let out a deep sigh of relief. Not long after, she felt that she had landed on the ground. Ning Qi put her down and smiled. "This is the Qin Tang Temple." "Qin Tang Temple?" Li Chou looked at the scene in front of her and then said with a shocked expression, Isn't this the haunted Taoist temple?" She twisted her neck stiffly and looked at Ning Qi. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. "Don't take me away, don't take me away. I still have my mother to support. If you take me away, my mother will definitely die." "Why should I take you away?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. You are not a ghost, right? Grandpa Lin said that the Taoist priests in this Taoist temple all died in one night many years ago. You say you are the master of this place. Li Chou looked terrified. Ning Qi looked at her indifferently and then smiled. I just arrived here not long ago. There was no master here, so I occupied it. Not a ghost? Then was he an immortal? Li Chou looked at Ning Qi blankly. Young master, who is she? Little Yu'er walked out of the Taoist temple. Li Chou saw a little girl of the same age and immediately felt relieved. She just lost her footing and fell from the mountain. She must be in shock. Take her to rest. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He wanted to consolidate his newly advanced cultivation. This time, the lightning tribulation almost destroyed his soul. Fortunately, he successfully passed it and condensed his nascent soul. At this moment, in his purple mansion, there was a little person that looked exactly like him sitting cross-legged. That Buddha bead was hanging on the little person's neck. At the same time, the little person was emitting a 9-colored brilliance. This was a 9-colored nascent soul. Chapter 4374. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is unable to find this site today. Please remember this site's domain name, Book C Pavilion, and find your way home. After Ning Qi ascended to nascent soul, he had used up all his spiritual energy. There was only a little bit left, but the benefits were also huge. Nascent soul cultivation was indeed different from golden core cultivation. His current strength had increased by at least 10 times. In front of him, golden core was no different from qi condensation. No need. I don't need to rest. I have to hurry down the mountain. Li Chou refused Ning Qi's good intentions. Do you know how long it will take to go down the mountain from here? Ning Qi smiled lightly. From here, Li Chou remembered that she was in front of the Taoist temple. This was the deepest part of the mountain. Even adults had to walk for several days and nights to go down the mountain from here. If it was her, she would have been eaten by wild beasts before she could leave the mountain. Li Chou's eyes immediately reddened. She muttered to herself, My mother is still waiting for me at home. If I don't go back in time, she will starve to death. She tightly clutched the elixir in her hand. If she couldn't go down the mountain, this elixir would be useless. If she couldn't sell it in time, not to mention her mother's illness, after such a long time, the elixir's effects would have dissipated by 70 to 80%. At that time, even the money from selling it wouldn't be enough to hire a doctor to diagnose her mother's illness. Where is your home? Ning Qi smiled lightly. It's at the foot of the mountain, in Huangshe village. Huangshe village? Ning Qi nodded slightly. He said to De Guzi and little Yu'er, I'll send her down the mountain. You two don't wander around. Yes, Gongzi. The two nodded quickly. They thought of the lightning just now. They couldn't help but look at Ning Qi in awe. Such a thick bolt of lightning could split the house apart, but it didn't kill Ning Qi. The two of them were sure that even among cultivators, Ning Qi's cultivation was extremely high. Li Chou didn't have time to react. She felt a dense fog appear under her feet, lifting her up. She and Ning Qi flew together into the air, like immortals in the legends. She didn't have time to react. Now that she saw herself flying, the shock in her heart was hard to describe. Are you an immortal? Li Chou looked at Ning Qi with awe in her eyes. Relatively speaking, yes. Ning Qi smiled. Which direction is Huangshe village? Li Chou hurriedly looked down. At first glance, she felt dizzy. After a few breaths of time, she gradually got used to it. After identifying the direction with difficulty, she pointed in a certain direction and said, Yes, it should be over there. Just as she finished speaking, she was surprised to see that the scenery around her had completely changed. Wasn't this her birthplace, Huangshe village? Ning Qi's speed was something that even cultivators could not match, let alone ordinary people. Under the protection of his spirit qi, Li Chou could not even feel her body moving. In a place where no one was paying attention, Ning Qi put Li Chou down. He planned to leave, but a red fox suddenly rushed out of the forest and intimately grabbed Li Chou's pant. Hu Qing, I almost couldn't see you this time. Li Chou picked up the red fox and rubbed its head. Ning Qi paused and turned to look at Li Chou and the fox in her arms. Sir Immortal, I want to go home and see my mother first. Thank you for saving my life, Li Chou will never forget it. Li Chou bowed to Ning Qi. From the way he spoke, he did not sound like an ordinary village child. He was also not at the age of a private school student. Perhaps he had some inheritance in his family. This fox, you call it Hu Qing? Ning Qi smiled. Yes. Li Chou smiled and nodded. How did you think of this name? Ning Qi smiled. I don't know how, but I remembered it when I saw it. Li Chou looked at Ning Qi strangely. Why did this Sir Immortal care about Hu Qing's name? Reincarnation from the netherworld to the world of the living. De Guzi and the others were able to continue their sibling relationship, and you were able to reunite with your disciple. It seems like there is some fate in the unseen world. Although the memory is gone, it is still buried in the subconscious. Ning Qi muttered to himself. Li Chou did not understand. What netherworld? What world of the living? I want to see your mother. Lead the way. Ning Qi smiled. Li Chou was shocked at first, then her face lit up with joy. Sir Immortal, do you know how to treat illnesses? The legendary immortals were existences that could revive the dead. This person in front of her most likely had such means. If so, her mother's illness could be cured. A little. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Li Chou was instantly overjoyed. She led Ning Qi to her house. On the way, the villagers cast strange looks at her and Ning Qi from time to time. Some idlers, after sizing up Ning Qi's clothes, revealed a look of fear. However, when they saw Hu Qing in Li Chou's arms, they revealed a hint of greed. However, this greed was quickly attracted by the spiritual medicine in Li Chou's hands. What is that girl from the Li family holding in her hands? It looks like a spiritual medicine. This smell is extremely fragrant. Just smelling it can wake up a hangover. It must be a spiritual medicine. Why does she have a spiritual medicine? Could it be given by the young master behind her? That young master's clothes are luxurious. He must be from a rich family. How did he get involved with that girl from the Li family? They are about the same age. This is normal. The idlers looked at each other. In the end, they could not suppress the greed in their hearts and slowly walked towards Ning Qi and Li Chou. Although Ning Qi's identity was not ordinary in their eyes, he was only a 5- or 6-year-old child. He was very easy to fool. Girl from the Li family, the fox in your arms seems to have gotten fatter. One of the idlers stopped the two of them and said with a smile. Li Chou hurriedly said, Third Uncle Huang, I said that Hu Qing is not for sale. Uncle didn't intend to buy a fox like you. Uncle wants to see what the spiritual medicine in your hands is. Third Uncle Huang said with a smile. Spiritual medicine? Li Chou was shocked. She hurriedly hid the spiritual medicine in her arms. I picked this on the mountain. I'm going to sell it for money to treat mother's illness. Girl, your luck is really good. To be able to pick such a spiritual medicine. How about this? You don't know those medicine merchants. Third Uncle Huang, I happen to know a merchant who often comes to the village to collect medicine. I'll help you sell the spiritual medicine and then go to town to find a doctor for your mother. Third Uncle Huang said with a smile. Yes, yes. Third Uncle Huang knows many people. This is the easiest thing to do. If you were alone, you wouldn't even know if you were sold. The rest of the idlers chimed in. I'll help her sell this spiritual medicine for money. There's no need to trouble you guys. Ning Qi said calmly. Young master, you're dressed so luxuriously. You're not a local, are you? Third Uncle Huang's gaze fell on Ning Qi and said with a faint smile. He was just a 5- or 6-year-old boy. Why would he be afraid of him? This kind of little guy was the easiest to bully. Indeed, I'm not a local. I came here recently and live in a Taoist temple on the mountain, Ningqi said with a smile. In a Taoist temple? They were stunned for a moment. Then, they gasped and subconsciously took a few steps back. They looked at Ningqi in shock. Chapter 43-75. They had heard of the Taoist temple deep in the mountains. It was said that the temple was haunted. To ordinary people, this kind of rumor was the most frightening. Third Uncle Huang looked at Ningqi anxiously. Then, anger surged in his eyes. Under the sunlight, Ningqi's shadow was thick. He was clearly a living person. He had obviously heard of this rumor and was purposely trying to scare them. Haha, young master, you say you live in the Taoist temple? The mountain path is difficult to walk. How can a young master with delicate skin like you enter the Taoist temple? Don't bully us country bumpkins for being ignorant and tease us like this. Third Uncle Huang laughed sinisterly. When the few idlers heard this, they immediately reacted. They looked at Ningqi with unfriendly expressions. They were men, yet they were scared by a young boy? If this got out, wouldn't the surrounding villages laugh at them? I don't live in the Taoist temple. I live in the temple. Ningqi smiled. If you have nothing else to do, come and get some sun. Humph. You brat, you sure talk big. Third Uncle Huang snorted coldly. Then, he ignored Ningqi and looked at Li Chou. Li girl, give me your spiritual medicine. I'll sell it for you. Third uncle, I can sell it myself. Li Chou had already reacted. These people obviously did not come with good intentions. If this Lord Immortal could not save her mother, she would have to sell the spiritual medicine for money to prolong her mother's life. How could she let others take it away so easily? Jinx, you'll have to give it to me today even if you don't want to. Third Uncle Huang laughed sinisterly and walked towards Li Chou. The others grinned and went up to block Ningqi. Li Chou's eyes revealed a look of fear. When the group of people got close to them, they seemed to hit an invisible wall and fell. What's going on? Did they step on a rock? Third Uncle Huang and the others stood up in a daze. Then, they continued to approach the two of them and hit the wall again. This time, they finally reacted. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They stretched out their hands and touched the air. Indeed, they felt a wall that they could not see. Ah, it must be the Lord Immortal's doing. Li Chou looked at Ningqi in surprise. She felt relieved. With the Lord Immortal's protection, Third Uncle Huang and the others would not be able to take the spiritual medicine from her. Impossible. Even if there were ghosts, they would not dare to appear in broad daylight. Third Uncle Huang muttered to himself as he tried to approach the two. Unfortunately, from beginning to end, there was a wall in front of them. Ningqi looked indifferently at Third Uncle Huang and the others with a hint of mockery in his eyes. If you don't want to leave, you can just stand here. You, what kind of camouflage technique did you use? Third Emperor Sect Master Huang said in shock. No matter how much he refused to believe it, he could only choose to believe that this strange phenomenon was caused by Ningqi. One of the idlers shouted loudly, "Come and fight the monster, the Li family's girl is with the monster, it's the monster from the Taoist temple in the mountains." The villagers of Huangshe finally noticed the commotion here and rushed over after hearing the news. They looked at the scene in surprise and pointed at it. Ningqi smiled and said to Li Chou, "Let's go. Take me to your house. Don't bother with these people." Yes. Li Chou nodded. After the two of them left, Uncle Huang and the others subconsciously wanted to chase after them. In the end, they ran into another wall. Not only that, but because they ran into this wall, they also ran into another wall when they leaned back. The villagers who saw this felt a little strange. But to Third Uncle Huang and the others, it was not strange. Instead, it was extreme fear. No matter where they went, there was a wall in their way. It was as if they were trapped there. They did not even have the space to squat. They could only stand. How could this be? How could this be? Third Uncle Huang was terrified. Third Uncle Huang, it's all your fault. We offended that guy. young master, don't go. We know we were wrong. Please forgive us." The few of them scolded third Uncle Huang angrily while shouting at Ning Qi. "What are you guys doing?" An old man with a walking stick came in front of the few of them. He frowned and said, "What are you guys mumbling about in broad daylight? Village chief, please save us. We can't get out. We've been trapped in a wall." Third Uncle Huang hurriedly asked for help. "Even you know how to say it's broad daylight. How can we be trapped in a wall?" The old man was so angry that his beard was trembling. "Get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. Village chief, we really can't leave. If you don't believe me, come and touch it." Third Uncle Huang looked terrified. A busybody really went forward to touch it, but he also touched a wall. He immediately exclaimed, "There's really a wall blocking them." "Really? Let me take a look too." Everyone went forward and finally confirmed one thing. Third Uncle Huang and the others were trapped in a wall. Other than being trapped in a wall, there was no other explanation. The old man's expression was solemn. "You said that the Li family's little girl brought a monster? What's going on?" Third Uncle Huang hurriedly explained everything that had happened. Of course, he naturally said that he had been kind enough to help Li Chou sell the spiritual medicine. However, after everyone heard this, how could they not know what he was thinking? They all revealed looks of disdain. "You guys deserve it. She's an orphan and a widow. It's fine if you don't help her, but you're trying to take advantage of her. I think you've met an expert this time. It might be a legendary immortal cultivator." The old man snorted coldly. "Immortal cultivator? Village chief, what's that?" A child asked curiously. "Those are existences that can come and go as they please. In their eyes, we mortals are like ants. Back in the day, when I was your age, there were cultivators who passed by our Huangshi village. In the middle of a battle, they destroyed a mountain with a wave of their hand. That kind of momentum is not something we can imagine," the old man said in a serious tone. "Immortal cultivator? No, it's a monster. He said that it came from that Taoist temple. It must be a monster." Third Uncle Huang hurriedly said, "Taoist temple?" Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. They felt their hairs stand on end. Could it really be a monster? "Are you talking about the Taoist temple in the back of our mountain?" The old man frowned slightly. Yes. Third Uncle Huang nodded repeatedly. "There used to be immortal cultivators staying in that Taoist temple. You guys are really muddle-headed. Let's go take a look at Widow Li's house. If that immortal cultivator is merciful, you guys might be saved today." The old man stomped his foot in exasperation. He turned around and ran in the direction of Widow Li's house. Although his pace was not fast, it was very steady. When the others saw this, they hurriedly followed. Third Uncle Huang and the others looked at each other. In the end, they hung their heads in regret. Chapter 4376. Mother, I picked the spirit herb and came back. Li Chou came to a dilapidated courtyard. The yellow soil of the courtyard walls had collapsed at several corners. There were many weeds growing in the courtyard. It looked like no one usually took care of it. Ning Qi's aura moved. In the only room, he sensed a woman with a weak aura. The woman was actually not old. She might be in her early 20s, but her aura was like a dying candle. Li Chou charged into the room. A figure on the bed managed to raise her head to take a look. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of her eyes. "Girl, why are you so happy?" "Mother, this is a spirit herb. I only need to sell it to get money to hire a doctor to treat mother." Li Chou took out the spirit herb like she was presenting a treasure. The weak woman's eyes brightened, but then they dimmed again. There was no way to cure her mother's illness. "Girl, bring the spirit medicine to the village chief, and ask him to sell it for money. Leave the money with the village chief. As long as he gives you enough to eat, it's fine." "Mother, what are you saying? How can your illness not be cured?" "Oh right, there is also this Sir Immortal. Sir Immortal will definitely be able to cure mother's illness. Li Chao's eyes showed a hint of panic. She felt that her mother was different from usual. She seemed to be telling her something. Sir Immortal? The woman then noticed that there was a figure behind Li Chao. She looked and smiled. Which family are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? I am from the Qin Tang Temple. Ning Qi smiled and stepped forward to take a look at the condition of the woman's body. For a mortal doctor, perhaps it was indeed an incurable disease that damaged the foundation and could not be treated, but for an immortal cultivator, even a qi condensation cultivator could have a way to prolong their life. For a nascent soul cultivator like Ning Qi, it was not much of a problem for him to directly cut off her root. Qin Tang Temple? The woman showed a hint of shock. Where was this? Why had she never heard of it before? Sir Immortal. Li Chao looked at Ning Qi with a pleading expression. Don't worry, your mother's illness is not difficult. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. A gentle wave of spirit energy fell on the woman's body. Like the silent spring rain, it swept away the hidden illness that had accumulated in her body for many years. The woman's eyes gradually brightened. She opened her mouth in shock. Then, she sat up on the bed and looked at herself in surprise. Mother? Li Chao looked at this scene in disbelief. Ever since her mother became seriously ill, she couldn't get out of bed at all, let alone get up from the bed. But now, her mother was sitting up so easily, and her haggard face had become very rosy. How was this a person who was seriously ill? Immortal Lord. The woman stared blankly at Ning Qi. In the next moment, she got off the bed and knelt before Ning Qi. She said sincerely, "Thank you, Immortal, for saving our lives." Ning Qi sighed in his heart. The woman clearly thought that after she died, Li Chao would also not be able to live. Thus, if she recovered from her illness, it would be equivalent to saving 2 lives. Cultivators were aloof, enjoying the nectar of bejeweled nectar. Mortals were like ants, dragging out an ignoble existence. This was the way of the world. Li Chao also reacted and hurriedly knelt down with the fox in her arms. She had never been as happy as she was today. Get up. Ning Qi calmly waved his hand and spirit energy lifted the mother and daughter. When the fox in Li Chao's arms saw this, its long and narrow eyes couldn't help but flash with respect. Li family. An old man's shout came from outside the door. Why did the village chief come? Li family was startled. He should have come to plead for mercy. Ning Qi smiled faintly. I'll go take a look. Plead for mercy? Li family was confused. Li Chao hurriedly recounted what had just happened. Hearing this, Li family frowned. This Huang San dared to bully us orphans and widows. He was truly heartless. If it wasn't for Ning Qi, she could imagine whose hands the spirit medicine that Li Chao had painstakingly dug up would end up in. Without the spirit medicine, if she died from illness, Li Chao would have no one to rely on in the future, and with the reputation of being a jinx, how could she continue living? To Li family, Huang San was the same as Li Chao's murderer. The 3 of them walked outside the courtyard. The village chief of Yellowstone Village stood at the entrance with a group of villagers, not daring to step inside. But when they saw Li family's figure, some villagers cried out in shock and retreated, their eyes filled with fear. They knew that Li family had been ill for many years, and that Li family could not get off the bed. Every day, she had to drink medicine to prolong her life. But now, Li family was walking like a tiger, and there was a trace of killing intent between her brows. She was clearly already dead and had become a malicious spirit, which was why she could appear in front of people. Li family had become a ghost. Everyone, run! Outside there was more and more panic. It was the village chief who was more experienced and noticed the shadow under Li family's feet. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't spread rumors, Li family isn't dead. Are you all blind and can't see the shadow under the sun? The shadow under the sun?" Everyone finally reacted and looked over. As expected, they really did see the shadow under Li family's feet. Everyone's panicked hearts calmed down a bit. Village chief, Could it be that because I was ill, you would allow Huang San and the others to bully Li Chou? Li family went straight to the point. The village chief of Yellowstone Village was startled, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This old man didn't know that they were so ruthless. If it weren't for this great immortal, I'm afraid that even if I died today, I would have been thrown into a mass grave to be bitten by wild wolves. Li family said coldly. Ningqi looked at her with some surprise. It seemed that before she fell ill, she was also a strong woman. Li Chou looked at Li family with a smile. No matter what happened now, she didn't care. Seeing her mother, who she was familiar with, supporting the family like she used to, she was very satisfied. This, the village chief of Yellowstone Village, was speechless. What did you come here for? Ningqi smiled faintly. The village chief of Yellowstone Village finally reacted and hurriedly bowed to Ningqi. Great cultivator, this lowly one came to plead for mercy for Huang San and the others. Please be magnanimous. Plead for mercy? Why would an idler like him come here? Ningqi smiled and shook his head. You can leave. If they can endure for 10 days and 10 nights without dying, then they will naturally live. 10 days and 10 nights? Everyone's heart thumped. With Huang San and the other situation, how could they endure for 10 days and 10 nights? Did they not need to eat and drink? This was clearly a death sentence. Li family, I intend to take Li Chou as my disciple. What do you think? Ningqi looked at Li family and smiled. A cultivator taking in a disciple. The village chief of Yellowstone Village never would have thought that Li Chou would have this kind of opportunity. From this moment on, Li Chou was not on the same path as them. In his heart, the idea of pleading for mercy for Huang San and the others faded. Chapter 43-77. Lord Deity wants to take this girl as a disciple? I'm willing, I'm willing. Lady Li hurriedly nodded, her eyes filled with joy. She didn't think that her daughter would one day have this kind of immortal fate. The Li family must have burned incense several lifetimes ago. Girl, what are you standing there for? Kneel down and take him as your teacher. Lady Li looked at Li Chou. Seeing that she was standing there without moving, she became anxious. Li Chou still did not move. Instead, she looked at Ningqi with a hint of reverence in her eyes. Lord Deity, if I take you as my teacher, will I have to go to the mountains to cultivate? Then there will be no one to take care of my mother. Mother's body has already recovered, why would she need you to take care of her? Although Lady Li said this, her eyes were filled with gratification. The villagers of Yellowstone Village were all anxious. If such a good opportunity fell on their heads, why would they hesitate? Qin Tang Temple also lacks someone to do laundry and cook. After you take me as your teacher, you and your mother will follow me back to Qin Tang Temple. Ningqi said with a faint smile. Li Chou's eyes were filled with joy. This time, she did not dare to hesitate. Not knowing how to take him as her teacher, she knelt down and kowtowed to Ningqi. Soon after, she felt herself being gently lifted up by a force. Lady Li was the same. The villagers of Yellowstone Village saw Lady Li and her daughter step on the clouds and fly into the sky. Then, they flew towards the mountains. Some people were so scared that they knelt on the ground. Soon, Ningqi and the others disappeared from their sight. You people always say that the Li family's girl is a jinx, and that she has jinxed someone. Now, who still dares to say this? Come out and tell this old man. Can a jinx be valued by a cultivator and obtain such a great opportunity? In the future, when you see the Li family's girl, be more polite. Don't offend her. If a cultivator moves a finger, you won't even know how you died. Huang San and the others are proof. The village chief of Yellowstone Village said angrily. Finishing, he turned around and left with his walking stick. The villagers were silent. Some people still disapproved, but after a few days, after seeing Huang San and the others, who were weathered by the wind and scorched by the sun, they gradually realized how terrifying a cultivator's methods were. No one could save Huang San and the others. At first, they would stop and watch, but after a while, they would hurry and leave, not even daring to look at Huang San and the others. Qin Tang Temple. All of you are now qi condensation cultivators and have left the realm of mortals. However, your cultivation is too low and your means are not very strong. In the cultivation world, there are countless qi condensation cultivators like you. When you were mortals, it might be difficult to meet a cultivator, but once you become a cultivator, you will find that there are many cultivators around you. Ning Qi smiled faintly. De Guzi, Little Yu and Li Chou listened seriously. The auras on their bodies were already very different. Ning Qi used the irrigation technique to pour the remaining spirit energy into their bodies. Although this method was very effective, it was not a long-term solution. He needed a cultivation technique. My aura value is also not enough. It's about time to find an opportunity to go out and get a set of techniques. Hu Qing squatted obediently at the side. He had also received Ning Qi's spiritual energy, and his eyes were much more lively than before. Ning Qi glanced at it and smiled. Cultivate well in the future. After you transform into a human, don't commit any crimes. Don't worry, Master. It's very obedient and definitely won't dare to do anything wrong. Li Chou hurriedly said. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Next, I will teach you some celestial techniques to fight against your enemies. If you have any questions, ask them immediately, understand? Understood. The three of them hurriedly answered. Hu Qing also nodded very humanely. It was very obvious that his spiritual intelligence was many times smarter than normal foxes. Huangshe Village. Senior Brotherling, is the White Bone Temple really in this location? A few young men and women walked into Huangshe Village. One of the women looked around and said with a frown, "The spirit energy here is poor. Cultivating here is twice the effort for half the result. The White Bone Temple shouldn't be located here, right? That jade scroll was left behind by the remnants of the White Bone Temple. It points to this place. We just need to ask the local villagers, and we will be able to find some clues." An extremely handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes said with a smile. Everyone was a little excited. That was the White Bone Temple, the #1 existence in the demonic path. Very few people knew where the White Bone Temple was located. Especially after the White Bone Temple was destroyed by a mysterious elite, there was no trace of it. If they could find the location of the White Bone Temple, they might be able to obtain some cultivation opportunities. To foundation-building cultivators like them, the White Bone Temple that once had a soul formation elite, as long as there were some opportunities left behind, it would be enough for them to use for the rest of their lives. Those people in front are standing very strangely. What's going on? Suddenly, the few of them stopped and frowned as they looked ahead. On the path, a few skinny figures stood with a look of despair. Their auras were extremely weak, as if they were on the verge of death. The few cultivators looked at each other and slowly walked forward. When they got closer, they felt a wave of spiritual energy. They're trapped here by spiritual energy. Aren't these just mortals? What kind of cultivator would attack mortals? The woman's eyes flashed with anger. Huang San and the rest had already noticed these few unfamiliar faces. However, they no longer had any energy. They could only lower their heads and quietly wait for death to come. In reality, the spiritual energy that trapped them had almost dissipated. Ning Qi said that they would be trapped for 10 days, so it was 10 days. Today was already the 8th day. Normally, after today, Huang San and the rest would completely die and basically wouldn't be able to last until the 10th day. At this time, the woman saw some villagers passing by and immediately went forward to stop them. "Let me ask you, what's going on with these people? Who imprisoned them here?" When the villagers of Huangshe Village saw the young woman who stopped them and asked about this matter, they all waved their hands and wanted to leave without saying a word. How could the woman let them leave? With a cold shout, the spiritual energy in her body swept out and turned into a wall, blocking the villagers. It's the Lord Deity again. The villagers jumped in fright. Quickly go find the village chief, someone shouted. The few young men and women looked at each other but didn't say anything. They quietly waited. Not long after, the village chief of Huangshe village was escorted to them. This lowly one is the village chief of this place. Greetings, Lord Cultivators. The village chief of Huangshe village cupped his fists and bowed. His eyes were filled with confusion. Why did cultivators appear one after another during this period of time? Looks like you've interacted with cultivators before. You're not an ordinary fool. Let me ask you, what's going on with these people? The woman pointed at Huang San and the rest. Just which cultivator would lay such a vicious hand on mortals? Huang San and the rest finally came back to their senses. Their faces were filled with excitement. The woman's words were obviously to stand up for them. Chapter 4378. Unfortunately, Huang San and the rest no longer had the strength to speak. They could only stare at the young men and women in front of them. Seeing this, the woman did not wait for the village head to speak. She waved her hand and shot out a stream of spiritual energy, instantly disintegrating the spiritual energy wall around Huang San and the rest. They haven't eaten or drunk anything for a long time. Give them some porridge, the woman said calmly. The villagers hesitated. When the woman glared at them and started to get angry, some villagers finally ran home to get some water and porridge to feed Huang San and the rest. Tell me, who did it? The woman looked at the village head. A cultivator saw them bullying the orphans of our village, so he punished them. The village head of Huangshe village hesitated for a moment and said, Did they kill anyone? The woman said calmly, No. The village head shook his head. Dear immortals, please uphold justice for us. Huang San drank a few mouthfuls of water and porridge. He immediately became spirited and said weakly, Since they didn't kill anyone, but were so ruthless, it means that the cultivator did not walk the righteous path. The woman snorted. Junior sister, if there are cultivators here, we are not far from the place we are looking for. Senior brotherling said with a smile that was not a smile. The woman's eyes brightened. The others also looked at each other with excitement. Let me ask you, is there a Taoist temple called White Bone Temple nearby? The woman asked the village head. White Bone Temple. The village head of Yellowstone Village revealed a trace of doubt in his eyes. The rest of the villagers were also at a loss. How could there be a Taoist temple called the White Bone Temple nearby? However, without waiting for them to speak, Huang San had already rushed to say, Dear immortals, there is a Taoist temple in the mountains that has been abandoned for many years. We do not know what it is called, but the person who did this to us said that he came from this Taoist temple. They were shocked at first, then their faces darkened. Someone actually beat them to it? The woman immediately shouted, Who can lead the way? Where is the Taoist temple? As long as you bring us there, you will be rewarded. We can lead the way, Huang San quickly said. He was extremely excited. Not only could he take revenge, but he could also receive a reward from Lord Immortal. This was simply a wonderful thing. If Lord Deity bestowed 1 or 2 moves upon me, then wouldn't I also? Huang San was secretly delighted, as if the torment of the past few days had disappeared without a trace, and his whole body felt comfortable. All right, you lead the way. The woman nodded. With a wave of her hand, a stream of spirit qi entered Huang San's body. Huang San immediately felt refreshed, as if all the strength he had lost had been replenished. Then, in front of everyone, he was led by a few cultivators into the mountain. All of you, don't watch the show. Go back and hide. A battle between cultivators involves many people. I hope that our Huangshe village won't be implicated because of this. The village head of Huangshe village revealed a bitter smile. Deep in the mountains, Under Huang San's guidance, the young men and women finally saw Qin Tangguan. Senior Brother Ling took out a jade scroll and compared it. He exclaimed in surprise, "This really is the White Bone Temple. This is the place we are looking for." "Senior Brother Ling, there's already a cultivator here. Should we fight our way in or wait for an opportunity?" the woman asked. "A cultivator who can find the White Bone Temple shouldn't be simple." Senior Brother Ling nodded with a serious expression. "Lord Deity, actually that person isn't very old. He looks like he's only 6 or 7 years old," Huang San hurriedly said. 6 or 7 years old. The others were startled. Is he really that old? If that's the case, he should only be a qi training stage cultivator. Senior Brother Ling frowned. "I don't dare to hide it. He really is 6 or 7 years old. He might even be a little younger," Huang San said. "Then let's go take a look." Senior Brother Ling nodded. The few of them rode on clouds and whistled through the air. They landed in front of Qin Tangguan. "Is there anyone in this Taoist temple?" the woman stepped forward and asked. Not long after, de Guzi slowly walked out of the Taoist temple. He looked at the people in front of him in surprise. "You are? 6 or 7 years old, qi training stage cultivators." De Guzi's aura and appearance immediately gave Senior Ling and the others an idea. Only Huang San furrowed his brows. He felt that the person in front of him was the same cultivator who had used that trick and caused him to suffer for so many days. But their appearances didn't seem to be very similar, and he couldn't say for sure. At that time, he didn't remember Ning Qi's appearance. The only thing he remembered was his age. It should be him. Huang San thought to himself. "Let me ask you, how long have you been in this Taoist temple? Do you know that this used to be the White Bone Temple?" The woman said in a low voice. "White Bone Temple? No, this is Qin Tangguan." De Guzi shook his head. Playing dumb? The woman's eyes flashed coldly. "A mere qi training stage cultivator. He's so young and yet he's so cruel to mortals." "What are you talking about?" De Guzi frowned. Still playing dumb. "Do you remember this person?" The woman pulled Huang San over. Huang San immediately pointed at de Guzi and said, "Monster, you're the one who wants my life. Did you recognize the wrong person?" De Guzi finally regained his senses. They must have mistaken him for someone else. "It's impossible. That day, it was you who brought Li Chou back to Huangshi village, right? Where is that girl? Where did you hide her?" Huang San laughed coldly. "Junior sister Li Chou?" De Guzi had a look of realization. That day, the one who was with junior sister Li Chou should be master. Master? This kid has a master behind him? Senior Brother Ling and the others were slightly startled. But they were not too nervous. The opponent was only at the qi training stage. How high could his master's cultivation be? "Tell your master to come out. I want to see where this evil demon came from. He dares to be so unrestrained," the woman said calmly. Just as she finished speaking, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of the door. When everyone saw these 2 black-armored bronze corpses, they were slightly startled. Just a moment ago, the door was completely empty. Apart from de Guzi, there was no one else. Where did these 2 people come from? The most important thing was that Senior Brother Ling and the others, as foundation-building cultivators, did not discover the existence of these 2 people. They could not help but feel nervous. While they were still in shock, the 2 bronze-armored corpses had already approached them with heavy steps. Seeing this, Senior Brother Ling instinctively used his celestial technique. Bang! His celestial technique was directly broken. One of the bronze-armored corpses suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Senior Brother Ling. It reached out and grabbed his neck, slowly lifting him up. Senior Brother Ling. Seeing this, the others hurriedly attacked. But when their attacks landed on the bronze-armored corpses, it was like scratching an itch. There was no effect at all. Not good. The cultivator who occupied this place must have an extraordinary cultivation. Otherwise, how could he have such subordinates? The expressions of the others became extremely heavy. Chapter 43-79. How could this be? Huang San was tongue-tied, cold sweat dripping down his face. These immortals who could also ride on the clouds were all suppressed in an instant? Misunderstanding, little brother, this is all a misunderstanding, Senior Brother Ling said to Deguzi as he pulled on the bronze-armored corpse's hand with both hands and squeezed out a smile. The person who occupied the Spectator of Bones was definitely an almighty powerhouse, not someone that Foundation establishment cultivators like them could compare to. He regretted rashly knocking on the door before figuring out the other party's background. Now, he didn't know what would happen to him. Master is out. If there's any misunderstanding, tell Master. Deguzi pulled Li Chou aside. Little Yu Er followed behind Ning Qi and walked out of the temple of Qin Tang. When Huang San saw Ning Qi, he finally remembered that the person who trapped them that day was this young man. Huang San's eyes were filled with terror, and he subconsciously wanted to flee. However, just as he took a step back, a copper-armored corpse's deep and serene gaze fell upon him. This gaze caused him to not dare to make another move. This is their master? Senior Brother Ling and the others were dumbfounded. It was no wonder that Huang San had mistaken him for someone else. The other party looked a little too young. However, no one saw Ning Qi as someone of his age. They could feel an unfathomable aura from Ning Qi. You're still alive. Ning Qi smiled at Huang San. With a thud, Huang San knelt on the ground, his body weak. You're here to avenge him? Ning Qi looked at Senior Brother Ling and the others. With a thought, the two bronze-armored corpses retreated to the side of the door and hid themselves again. No. Senior, we just happened to pass by this place, a foundational cultivator said in fear. Senior Brother Ling heard this and looked at him. Anger flashed in his eyes. What passing by? The other party only needed to ask to know that they were here for the Temple of Bones. Master, they lied. They said this place is the Temple of Bones. Deguzi cupped his fists at Ning Qi. Temple of Bones? Ning Qi smiled and pointed at the Foundation establishment cultivator. The cultivator's head seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as it suddenly flew backwards. His body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and blood gushed out from the wound between his eyebrows. With just one move, he had killed one of their junior brothers. Senior Brother Ling and the others' faces turned green, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Senior, we did indeed come here to look for the Whitebone Temple to see if we could obtain any fortuitous encounters. We truly didn't expect that this place would already be Senior's cultivation abode. We've offended you, please forgive us, Senior. Senior Brother Ling waved his sleeves and knelt down in front of Ning Qi with a respectful expression. When the others saw this, how could they still dare to stand? They all knelt on the ground and lowered their heads, not daring to meet Ning Qi's gaze. The other party's aura was simply too terrifying. They felt that they wouldn't feel this way even if they were standing in front of their sect's ancestors. Which sect are you from? Ning Qi smiled faintly. In the Mountain Sea region, there were only Black Jade Academy and Cloud Rise Academy. Senior, we are from the Black Heaven sect. Senior Brother Ling hurriedly said. Black Heaven sect? I've never heard of the cultivation level of the strongest cultivator in the Black Heaven sect. Ning Qi said faintly. Our ancestor is a golden core cultivator. Senior Brother Ling whispered. Only a golden core. Ning Qi mumbled to himself. Senior Brother Ling and the others shuddered slightly when they heard this. This was enough to prove that the other party's cultivation level was far above the golden core. Deguzi, go get some paper and a brush. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Deguzi was startled, but he quickly nodded and turned around to enter the temple. Not long after, he took out a brush and paper and went to Senior Brother Ling and the others. Write down your cultivation methods. Ning Qi smiled faintly. What? Senior Brother Ling and the others were shocked. The other party's cultivation level was so high, why would he covet their cultivation methods? If it was any other time, they would definitely reject him and talk to Ning Qi. However, Ning Qi had just killed one of their junior brothers. They were afraid that if they said anything more, they would also end up in the same situation. Split up and make a copy each. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Yes. Senior Brother Ling and the others did not dare to resist. They each sat to one side and made a copy of their own cultivation method. Originally, they thought that they could pretend to make a few mistakes, but now that everyone was copying separately, if they were to be found out, they might lose their lives. They could only be obedient. 10 minutes later, Ning Qi picked up the cultivation method that they had copied and compared it. Then, he silently practiced it in his heart. Finally, he nodded. You can go. If your elders want to find me, they can come here. Thank you, Senior. They hurriedly nodded and turned to leave. Wait. Ning Qi said faintly. Senior Brother Ling's body paused slightly, a look of despair flashed in his eyes. Could it be that the other party changed his mind? Ning Qi pointed at Huang San. Send him back to where he came from. Send him back to where he came from? A look of fear flashed in the woman's eyes. She hurriedly nodded and took the exhausted Huang San into the sky. Huangshe Village. The villagers were waiting anxiously for Huang San and the others. Not long after, they saw the few immortals fly back with Huang San. Could it be that these cultivators have won? The Huangshe village chief thought to himself. What happened next made him dumbfounded. The woman who saved Huang San and the others brought him back to where they were and once again built a few walls of spiritual energy for him. Huang San ran around in fear but couldn't get out. He could only beg for mercy. You can't blame others. You offended someone you shouldn't have. The woman shook her head and looked at Senior Brother Ling. Senior Brother Ling, what should we do next? Junior Brother Zhao is already dead. How are we going to explain this to the elders? Just tell them the truth. Senior Brother Ling said with a gloomy expression. Then about us copying cultivation methods. The woman's expression changed. If the sect found out about this, the punishment they would receive would be worse than death. That's only a cultivation method for the meditational to foundational level. It's not the real inheritance of the Xiantian sect. What can we do under the threat of such a powerful cultivator? Senior Brother Ling shook his head. The group chatted for a while more, then flew into the sky and left Huangshe village. The village head and the villagers of Huangshe village heard their conversation and subconsciously looked in the direction of the Taoist temple deep in the mountains. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. The cultivators just now had obviously lost and were scared out of their wit. Otherwise, Huang San wouldn't have ended up like this again. After the other idlers found out about this, they secretly rejoiced that they didn't join in the fun. Otherwise, they would have ended up like Huang San. Chapter 4380. Since De Guzi and the others obtained the Xiantian record of the Xiantian sect, they began to focus on cultivation. If there was anything they didn't understand, they would ask Ning Qi. Their cultivation was not enough to eat wind and drink dew, so their food was taken care of by the Li family. As for what to eat, they ate what was in the mountains. De Guzi and little Yu Er's survival ability was not weaker than Li Chao's. The three of them also had cultivation, so it was very easy for them to go out and hunt wild beasts. Ning Qi stood in the clouds, spiritual energy flowing in his eyes. After he reached the nascent soul stage, the power of the celestial pupils was much stronger than before. His eyes could see far more than 10,000 miles. Some places were full of spiritual energy. After Ning Qi memorized these places, he directly flew into the sky. With his speed, it would not take too much time to harvest these spiritual energy. What's more, now that he was a nascent soul cultivator, He did not need to go through the hassle of collecting spiritual energy like he did in Jinling City. No one could stop him, and no one dared to stop him. A few days later, his spiritual energy value had already exceeded 200,000. He had almost gone to all the places with spiritual energy on this route. He was about to return to the Qin Tang Temple when he suddenly felt a strange feeling and looked toward the southeast. He saw that the weather there had changed slightly, and traces of spiritual energy continued to rise. It seemed that a rare treasure was born. Seeing this, Ning Qi directly flew in that direction. That place was already outside the mountain sea. Ning Qi flew for about 4 hours before arriving at his destination. At a glance, it was desolate, but there were already cultivators who appeared here. A blue light, like a wall, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Among the cultivators who arrived first, there were Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul cultivators. Those Foundation Establishment cultivators' faces showed surprise and joy, but they did not dare to act rashly. After all, there were Golden Core ancestors and 2 unfathomable existences. Of the 2 Nascent Soul cultivators, one was an old man and the other was an old woman. They looked very old, but their aura was similar to Ning Qi's. They were both early Nascent Soul stage. However, the 2 of them were definitely not at the 9 Tribulations Golden Core, and naturally did not have Ning Qi's current 9-colored Nascent Soul. Although they were in the same realm, the spiritual qi in their bodies was much weaker than Ning Qi's. Sensing Ning Qi's arrival, the 2 of them looked at Ning Qi at the same time and pondered. In the end, they confirmed that they had never seen this unfamiliar Nascent Soul cultivator before. "I'm the head of the Cloud Ocean Monastery, Li Yunhai. May I know your name?" The old man cupped his fists towards Ning Qi. A wisp of surprise appeared on everyone's faces when they saw this. They'd thought Ning Qi was just a junior of some clan. They hadn't expected that even a nascent soul realm cultivator like the master of the Cloud Sea Temple would have to bow to him. Naturally, they knew that this was another nascent soul realm cultivator. The master of Qin Tang Temple, Ning Beixian. Ning Qi smiled. Qin Tang Guan? Ning Beixian? He had never heard of it before. Everyone thought to themselves. Li Yunhai and the old woman pondered for a moment, but they were sure that they had never heard of this Qin Tang Temple. However, they did not reveal any strange expressions. The world of cultivation was vast, and it was normal for them to not have heard of some sections. Perhaps this person was just passing by. The North Mystery Temple Master came here because he sensed the opening of the secret realm, right? Li Yunhai said with a smile. Ning Qi nodded and looked at the blue wall. A secret realm? The spirit Qi he saw with his celestial eyes came from the blue wall. However, the spirit Qi was not really on the blue wall, but on the other side. According to the rules, when the secret realm opens, the few nascent soul realm cultivators present will split everything in the secret realm. I believe the North Mystery Temple Master understands the rules, right? Don't break the rules when the time comes. The old woman smiled at Ning Qi. Let's follow the rules. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. The secret realm had not opened yet, and the aura was still growing. Everyone waited for a few days, but there was no 4th nascent soul realm cultivator. Many Foundation Establishment and Core Realm cultivators stood nearby and looked at Ning Qi and the others. North Mystery Temple Master, you can pick 3 from each of these Foundation Establishment and Core Realm cultivators. Li Yunhai said with a smile. Ning Qi was startled, then he smiled and said, May I know why? Li Yunhai and the old woman looked at each other. They were already convinced that Ning Qi was not a cultivator from their region. It seems that the place where the North Mystery Temple Master was at didn't have such a rule. It's actually very simple. We don't know if there's any danger when the secret realm opens, so we'll pick the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core Realm cultivators to go in first. Nascent Soul Realm cultivators will only go in if there's no danger. Li Yunhai said with a smile. The Foundation Establishment and Golden Core Realm cultivators looked at Ningqi. Obviously, they didn't think it was dangerous, but an opportunity. They all hoped that Ningqi would pick them. As they spoke, Li Yunhai and the old woman picked 6 Foundation Establishment and Golden Core Realm cultivators each, making a total of 12. At the same time, they left some restrictive spells on the 12 cultivators to prevent them from playing any tricks. Ningqi also picked a few people at random, but he didn't use any restrictive spells on them. It seems that the rules in the place where the North Mystery Temple Master was at are really different from ours. Li Yunhai smiled. Ningqi smiled but didn't say anything. Time passed. On the second day, the blue wall finally started to change. It gradually shrank and turned into a door. It was a double door with 2 panels. Li Yunhai nodded at the Golden Core Realm cultivators he had picked. They knew what was going to happen, so they nervously and excitedly walked toward the blue door. The Golden Core Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators on Ningqi's side also walked toward the door after getting his permission. A total of 18 people disappeared behind the door in the blink of an eye. But in the blink of an eye, they walked out from behind the door again. There was only 1 Golden Core Realm cultivator left. The rest were all gone. The Golden Core Realm cultivator was covered in injuries. He coughed up blood as he walked and looked at Ningqi with a pleading look. Ningqi went forward to check on his injuries and transferred some spirit qi into his body. After half an hour, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His injuries seemed to have stabilized. When Li Yunhai and the old woman saw this, their eyes turned serious. It seemed like the hidden territory was dangerous enough to endanger nascent soul cultivators. What happened inside? Why did you come out so quickly? Ningqi asked. Senior Beixian, we've been in there for 3 days. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, I'm afraid I would have died like the rest. The Golden Core Realm cultivator smiled wryly. 3 days? It seemed that time passed at a different speed in the 2 places. Li Yunhai and the old woman weren't surprised. Chapter 4381. What's in there? Li Yunhai asked with a solemn expression. The old lady also stared at the Golden Core cultivator. As Ningqi did not cast a restrictive spell on him, she was not sure if he was telling the truth. It's filled with ghost soldiers, the Golden Core cultivator said with a solemn expression. Ghost soldiers? The surrounding cultivators were shocked when they heard that. A secret realm filled with ghost soldiers? How is that possible? Ever since the Great Een realm was sealed, ghost soldiers rarely appeared in the world. Just like how a living person could use yang qi to harm a cultivator in the netherworld, the ghost soldiers in the netherworld would also have extraordinary means when they appeared in the world of the living. Did you see it clearly? Are they really ghost soldiers? I remember that, a few years ago, something happened in the Great Een realm. The entire Great Een realm disappeared without a trace, and the Lesser Een realm was completely controlled by a few perfected immortals. No ghost soldiers could come to the world of the living without a sound. The old lady said with a cold expression. I'm not lying. They are ghost soldiers. Their methods were too terrifying. Although they didn't seem to have any intelligence, even a small soldier could easily kill us. When we entered, we were in the middle of a battlefield. Junior used all his strength and barely managed to return the way we came. The Golden Core cultivator quickly said. If that's the case, they might be ghost soldiers left behind from the ancient times. Li Yunhai's eyes revealed a hint of solemnity. We don't have the soul refining technique, and ghost soldiers are useless to us. Why don't we send a message to those sects that do and sell this secret realm? The old lady said. North Mystery Monastery Master, what do you think? Li Yunhai and the old lady looked at Ningqi. There were only 3 nascent soul cultivators, so they were the ones making the decision. Let's go in and take a look. Ningqi smiled faintly. But the 2 of them had a hint of hesitation on their faces. The longer one cultivated, the more afraid they were of death. Who could say for sure that there wasn't a mighty figure in this secret realm filled with ghost soldiers? Even the perfected immortals of the current era wouldn't dare to go against such an existence. The ancient Shenluo Yin realm? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the Yin realm to appear here. Suddenly, a loud laughter rang out. A group of cultivators had appeared above the three of them at some point, but even Ning Qi hadn't noticed their arrival, which meant that their cultivation levels were higher than theirs. This group of cultivators seemed to be led by the young cultivator in the middle. This young cultivator also had the most profound aura among them. He gave Ning Qi a feeling that he was unreachable, as if he was looking at an endless sea. Young Master Jiang, you've just arrived here, yet you're able to encounter such a fortuitous encounter. This shows that you're blessed by karmic luck, and you'll surely ascend to the true immortal realm in the future. Someone flattered. Li Yunhai and the old woman recognized a few of them, and their faces were full of surprise. Those were the peak of the original realm, and they rarely showed their faces. Today, they were all gathered in front of a young man? The ancient Shenluo underworld. Could it be the first underworld in the world? The old woman's expression suddenly shook. If that's really the case, then it's probably filled with treasures of the heavens and the earth, and it's completely different from an ordinary underworld secret realm. Young Master Jiang has the same surname as true immortal Jiang. Li Yunhai's eyes shone with respect. This place was first discovered by the three of you? Young Master Jiang looked at Ning Qi and the others with a smile. When his eyes fell on Ning Qi, a strange look flashed across his face. Reporting to young Master, this place was discovered by the three of us. Li Yunhai hurriedly cupped his fists. At this moment, a middle-aged man behind young Master Jiang squinted his eyes and looked at Ning Qi. He suddenly said, "Are you the one who killed Elder Ming of Yunqi Academy a few days ago and was accompanied by 2 bronze-armored corpses? Yunqi Academy?" Ning Qi's eyes flickered. How could it be so coincidental that he ran into them? If it was just one person, he might still have a chance to fight. But right now the other party was surrounded by original realm cultivators, and one of them might even be above the original realm. So the remnant of the Xian Corpse sect that he was talking about is you. Young Master Jiang looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Remnant of the Xian Corpse sect? Li Yunhai and the old woman's expressions changed. The young man clearly said that he was the master of the Qin Tang Temple, and now he's a remnant of the Xian Corpse sect? Everyone knew that when the Xian Corpse sect was at its peak, it was destroyed overnight because it offended a descendant of a perfected immortal. Thinking about young Master Jiang's identity, the descendant of a perfected immortal that the Xian Corpse sect offended was most likely him. Young Master Jiang, this is the first time we've met him. We don't know each other. Li Yunhai hurriedly distanced himself from Ning Qi. It's fine. I won't wrongly accuse others. Young Master Jiang smiled and said to Ning Qi, "Are you really a remnant of the Xian Corpse sect? Where are the 2 bronze-armored corpses hiding?" Young Master Jiang, I don't know which sect this Xian Corpse sect is, but I did kill an elder of Yunqi Academy. The elder used the blood of women to increase his cultivation. He's indeed a demon. Does he know about this? Ning Qi smiled and his gaze fell on the palace lord of Yunqi Academy. The palace lord's expression changed slightly. Seeing that young Master Jiang was looking at him, he immediately shook his head. An elder of Yunqi Academy wouldn't do such a thing. He's just quibbling. Do you think it's impossible just because you say it's impossible? I have witnesses and material evidence. Many people in Sisui Prefecture know about this. Ning Qi smiled. The palace lord's expression changed again. Young Master Jiang saw this and smiled. I'm talking about your identity as a member of the Xian Corpse sect. He wouldn't dare lie to me about this. Since he said you have bronze-armored corpses, then you do. Li Yunhai and the others had a strange expression on their faces. He and the old woman didn't sense any corpse aura on Ningqi. Instead, they knew about the elder of Yunqi Academy using the blood of women to increase his cultivation. What a pity! Yunqi Academy has a descendant of a perfected immortal. Why would they care about the death of a few mortals? Li Yunhai said in his heart. What I say won't change anything. Ningqi smiled. The remnant of the Xian corpse sect deserves to die. The palace lord slowly raised his palm and gathered the spiritual qi on his body. However, young Master Jiang said indifferently, don't be in a hurry to kill him. The mysterious corpse sect's cultivation method is somewhat effective against Yin soldiers. Let him follow us into the ancient Shenluo underworld. Perhaps he can live if he makes up for his crimes. The palace lord's expression changed slightly, but he didn't dare to refute. He dispersed the aura in his body. All of you come with me. If there's an opportunity, anyone who sees it today will get a share. Young Master Jiang glanced at the others. Fear flashed in the eyes of those Golden Core Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators when they saw that. Only one person survived from the previous group. If they went in, wouldn't they die? Chapter 4382. Young Master Jiang, I don't dare to hope for the opportunity inside. I still have some urgent matters to attend to. Can I leave first? Li Yunhai smiled awkwardly. The old woman nodded as well. Although the other party was a descendant of a perfected immortal, his status was extraordinary. If it was another time, they would definitely suck up to him. But in this situation, their lives were more important. It didn't matter if they sucked up to him or not. The ancient Shenluo underworld was not an ordinary place. Even nascent soul cultivators might not be able to come out alive. Young Master Jiang would take care of the palace lord of Yunqi Academy and the others first. That won't do. If the news gets out, there will be a lot of trouble. Young Master Jiang smiled and shook his head. Li Yunhai and the old woman's expressions became a bit ugly. The Golden Core Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators around them didn't dare to say anything. Even two nascent soul cultivators couldn't leave, how could they? This is your opportunity, given by young Master Jiang. You have to cherish it. Don't take it for granted. A nascent soul cultivator said lightly. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Li Yunhai cupped his fist. Then let's go in together. Young Master Jiang said with a faint smile. After staying inside for 3 days, the Jindan stage cultivator who was lucky enough to escape saw this and obediently followed behind Ningqi, young Master Jiang and the others into the blue door. He had a very complicated feeling. He had already experienced a narrow escape, and now he had to go in again. It was really hard to describe, so he could only choose to follow behind Ningqi. Although from the conversation just now, he already knew that Ningqi had a grudge against the other party. But Ningqi saved him before, which meant that the nascent soul cultivator was very kind and easy to get along with. He could only hope that the nascent soul cultivator would take care of him inside. An inexplicable energy brushed past his body like a light breeze. In an instant, the scene in front of them changed. They appeared in an ancient battlefield in the wilderness. There were sounds of fighting all around. Countless cultivators were fighting in the sky. The weather changed as if it was the end of the world. Young Master Jiang's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. There were countless auras in the sky, and they were all stronger than him. Fortunately, these ghost soldiers didn't seem to have consciousness. No one had noticed the arrival of the people from the Yang realm. As soon as Ningqi entered this place, he had a very familiar feeling. He was like a traveler who had traveled far away for many years and had finally returned to his hometown. It was also like a true dragon that had suffered misfortune and returned to the sea. This feeling was very strange, and he couldn't describe it. The only difference he could clearly distinguish was that the aura of young Master Jiang and the others had become very weak in his eyes. It was as if there were a bunch of ants standing beside him. While everyone was observing the battlefield, there were two sides of Yin's soldiers fighting each other. One side came from behind Ning Qi and the others, while the other side came from in front of Ning Qi and the others, sandwiching them in the middle. "Back off!" Young Master Jiang bellowed and retreated to the side. The others did not slow down and retreated to the side. The Yin soldiers on both sides charged forward, as if Ning Qi and the others were invisible, completely ignoring them. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but Li Yunhai and the old woman felt that something was wrong. So many cultivators had died earlier. If the Yin soldiers really couldn't see them, then how did they die? The Jindan cultivator standing behind Ning Qi hurriedly reminded, "In just an hour, these ghost soldiers will discover our existence." An hour? Everyone's expression changed slightly. The aura of the ghost soldiers seemed to be only at the Jindan level, but everyone's gaze fell on the depths of the battlefield, where the clouds were rumbling and figures intertwined. The aura of those existences was many times stronger than theirs. "An hour it is. Take these baleful Yin vases. As long as you aim them at the ghost soldiers, you can suck them into the vases and return to me. If they don't see us in an hour, we can just leave this place and come back again." Young Master Jiang smiled and took out silver-white vases and threw them to everyone. Ning Qi also received one. "As senior, if we get too close to the ghost soldiers, we will be seen." The Jindan cultivator beside Ning Qi said with some fear. "Just be careful and you will be fine." Young Master Jiang said calmly. "Why don't they have baleful Yin vases?" Ning Qi suddenly laughed. Cloud Rising Academy's palace lord and the others were empty-handed. Young Master Jiang obviously did not want them to attack. Even Li Yunhai and the old woman did not have any. "They are different from the others." Young Master Jiang smiled and looked at Ning Qi. "You are a nascent soul realm cultivator and your cultivation is higher than theirs. Take a few more." Then, he took out a few more baleful Yin vases and threw them to Ning Qi. "What if I don't go?" Ning Qi played with the baleful Yin vases in his hand and smiled. "Don't go." Young Master Jiang smiled. "Why don't you pick one of the nascent soul realm cultivators around me? If you can defeat them, you don't have to go. What do you think?" "Young Master Jiang, let me do it." Cloud Rising Academy's palace lord smirked and walked toward Ning Qi. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Li Yunhai and the old woman saw this and did not say anything. They were not familiar with Ning Qi, so they would not talk to him at this time. Suddenly, Cloud Rising Academy's palace lord stopped moving. This was because a mysterious aura had enveloped all of them. Everyone turned their gazes in the same direction and saw a gigantic figure that resembled an ancient giant walking through the air toward them. "He can see us!" Everyone panicked. The giant's eyes were staring at them. Even young Master Jiang, who was a cultivator beyond the nascent soul realm, was locked by the ancient giant's aura and could not move. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. It seemed like they had been too rash this time. In the blink of an eye, the giant appeared in front of everyone and slapped them. If the slap landed, no one would be able to escape. Be it the Foundation Establishment cultivators or the Golden Core cultivators, even Li Yunhai and the others had despair in their eyes. Just when everyone's hearts were filled with despair, Ning Qi suddenly turned to look at the giant and shouted angrily, "Get lost!" The terrifying sound waves spread in all directions, and the entire battlefield seemed to fall silent. The Yin soldiers who were charging forward stopped, and their gazes all fell on Ning Qi. The ancient giant stopped what he was doing. Everyone could clearly see a trace of fear on his face. After about 5 or 6 breaths of silence, the ancient giant suddenly bowed to Ning Qi, turned around and disappeared without a trace. The ghost soldiers on the battlefield also retreated like the tide. Chapter 4383. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Sea of Books, and find your way home. Not only did a single shout scare away all the powerful underworld cultivators on the battlefield, but even all the ghost soldiers on the battlefield also ran away. Everyone was stunned. They looked at Ningqi in disbelief. What kind of technique was that? What was most unforgettable was that the underworld cultivator even cupped his fists and bowed to Ningqi. Why? Hey, I can move now! Someone exclaimed in surprise. The aura on everyone disappeared without a trace after the giant cultivator left. They could now freely mobilize the spiritual energy in their bodies. What was that technique you used just now? Young Master Jiang looked at Ningqi with a serious expression. You know, after staying in the world of the living for a few years, I'm still not used to it. This kind of environment in the netherworld is truly suitable for me. Ningqi smiled at young Master Jiang. He opened his arms as if embracing the world. His body and soul trembled slightly, greedily absorbing the aura of this world. Stayed in the world of the living for a few years. Everyone felt a heart-palpitating fear from this sentence. Stayed in the world of the living for a few years? Could it be that he had been staying in the netherworld all this time? Young Master Jiang's expression gradually became stunned. As a descendant of a true immortal, he naturally knew that an unforeseen event happened in the Great Yin a few years ago. All the living beings in the Great Yin were reincarnated into the world of the living. So many geniuses with spiritual roots appeared in the world. However, these geniuses had all lost their memories. It was impossible for them to retain their memories of the netherworld. Even if a true immortal died and went to the netherworld and reincarnated into the world of the living, it was impossible for them to do so. Impossible? What are you trying to do? Young Master Jiang's voice trembled a little. If they could retain their memories and reincarnate from the netherworld, then how powerful would they be in the netherworld? Let me see what other techniques I can use. Ningqi smiled at young Master Jiang and then fell into deep thought. The fear in everyone's hearts gradually increased. The gaze of the Palace Lord of Cloud Rising Academy kept changing. Suddenly, the aura in his body exploded and surged towards Ningqi with endless power. Ningqi suddenly reached out and pointed. Cloud Rising Academy's Palace Lord's attack disappeared in an instant. Not only that, but his aura was also dropping at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, he became a golden core cultivator. After another breath, his aura fell to foundation establishment, then chi training, and finally, his aura was no different from a mortal. At this point, Ningqi withdrew his technique. Cloud Rising Academy's headmaster's face was visibly aging. His skin was filled with wrinkles and his hair was white. He reached out to young Master Jiang and said in a hoarse voice, Young Master Jiang, save me." Young Master Jiang was unmoved as he watched the scene unfold. A trace of fear flashed deep in his eyes. "Save me," no one answered him. Even the nascent soul cultivators who traveled with him subconsciously retreated to the side. They didn't dare to get close to him for fear that their bodies would be infected by his aura. "As senior, I was wrong." The Palace Lord of Cloud Rising Academy finally looked at Ningqi, his eyes pleading for mercy. "If you're wrong, then accept your punishment." Ningqi smiled. Cloud Rising Academy's headmaster's expression froze. A gust of cold wind blew past, and his body fell to the ground like sand. The surrounding air once again became incomparably silent. Even the sound of breathing was barely audible. "I can still use God's grace." Ningqi smiled and looked at young Master Jiang. At this point, young Master Jiang was starting to believe that Ningqi came from the underworld. When Ningqi looked at him, young Master Jiang leaped into the air and flew towards the blue door. Unfortunately, he couldn't fly over such a short distance. Young Master Jiang had only just arrived at the blue door when he turned into sand. His speed was even faster than the headmaster of Cloud Rising Academy. Everyone knew that young Master Jiang's cultivation level had surpassed the nascent soul realm and was now at the transformed soul realm. Even a transformed soul realm cultivator was killed in an instant. What was a nascent soul realm cultivator? The headmaster of Cloud Rising Academy didn't die so quickly just now. It was probably intentional. Senior, we've never had any killing intent towards you. Please be magnanimous and spare us. The nascent soul realm cultivators who came with young Master Jiang cupped their fists at Ning Qi and begged for mercy. Li Yunhai and the old lady looked at Ning Qi with their mouths agape. They were filled with regret. If they knew that young Master Jiang was such a powerful figure, they would have stood on Ning Qi's side. You won't die. However, what happened today, Ning Qi smiled. We won't tell anyone. Everyone quickly promised. I only believe in myself. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head slightly. In an instant, a wave of power enveloped everyone. Everyone thought that Ning Qi was going to kill them, but in the next moment, their expressions froze. The memories of today were directly erased from their minds. Then, like human-shaped puppets, they walked towards the blue door of light and left the ancient Shenluo underworld one by one. Ning Qi had easily erased their memories of what happened today. Even though he hadn't recovered his peak cultivation, these little tricks were still easy for him to use. Outside, Li Yunhai and the others regained their consciousness one by one. Their eyes turned from confusion to shock and finally, they looked at each other. When did they get here? Li Yunhai and the old lady looked at each other and then looked at the nascent soul realm cultivators who came with young Master Jiang. They didn't remember what happened before. They only remembered that they found this secret realm. The nascent soul realm cultivators were also shocked. Where's young Master Jiang? The one from Cloud Rising Academy is gone too. Could it be that young Master Jiang found something and took him away? That's not possible. The nascent soul realm cultivators looked at each other. That was strange. They had a strange feeling, but they couldn't describe it. All they remembered was that young Master Jiang and the headmaster of Cloud Rising Academy disappeared in an instant. There's a secret realm here. Young Master Jiang will probably come back. Let's just wait here. One of them said. Everyone nodded slightly, thinking that it made sense. Let's just wait here. Nobody knew that young Master Jiang was no longer in this world. Even the headmaster of Cloud Rising Academy was dead. They didn't even have the right to go to the underworld. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. In a place far away from where they were. On a celestial mountain. A life medallion shattered. Not long after, an angry roar spread across the entire celestial mountain. No matter who took my son's life, I will make you suffer for eternity. Ning Qi's figure flickered in the air. Every time he flickered, he could travel a great distance. In a short period of time, he had absorbed millions of spiritual energy points. The amount of spiritual energy points in the ancient Shenluo underworld was far more than that. Chapter 4384. There's nothing but chaos here. It's possible that a great war took place in ancient times. In the end, this place was smashed into pieces and separated from the great Yin realm. Ning Qi stood in the void with his eyes closed. Scenes after scenes appeared in his mind. His divine sense was spreading endlessly in all directions. This was a technique that he once possessed, and it was only in this place that he could barely use it again. This world was very similar to the great Yin realm that he was familiar with. There were ordinary creatures, and there were also creatures with extremely powerful auras. But without exception, the auras of these creatures could not compare to Ning Qi's at this moment. Some of these creatures had no intelligence, but they had a fixed pattern of behavior as if they were repeating the behavior that they had when they were still alive. If there was no accident, they had already died twice. The first time, they had died from the world of the living. The second time, they had died from the netherworld. But they still existed in this world, and were not completely annihilated. This might have something to do with the initiator who had beaten this world into such a state. Suddenly, Ning-Chi opened his eyes slowly. A Buddhist bead emerged from between his eyebrows. After the appearance of the Buddhist bead, a very special change suddenly occurred in this world. The void seemed to be twisting and shrinking as it was constantly being absorbed by the Buddhist bead. Ning-Chi could see with his naked eyes that the void around him was disappearing, and every inch of the land was being absorbed by the Buddhist bead. During this period, objects with spiritual qi would also pass by Ning-Chi, and the spiritual qi on them would be sucked away by Ning-Chi. His spiritual energy value kept rising. This change was very, very strange. But Ning-Chi felt a sense of peace. He did not stop the Buddhist bead. He did not have the ability to stop the Buddhist bead, so he let things develop. After an unknown period of time, there was only a blue light gate left in front of him. Apart from that, everything else was pitch black. The entire fragment of the Shenluo-In realm had been absorbed by the Buddhist bead, and his spiritual energy value had reached an unprecedented high of 8 million. 8 million spiritual energy value, if nothing went wrong, would probably be able to help him directly advance to the realm after the nascent soul realm. The Buddhist bead disappeared again. Ning-Chi slowly walked out of the blue light gate, and then the blue light gate suddenly disappeared without a trace. Outside, Li Yunhai and the others were dumbfounded. They were the first to discover this secret realm. Why did a child walk out of it? Could it be that the child was from the secret realm? Where is the secret realm? How did it disappear? The disappearance of the secret realm must mean that the most important thing inside has been taken away by someone. The group of nascent soul cultivators who were waiting for young Master Jiang looked at each other and finally looked at Ning-Chi. There was no other explanation. The reason for the disappearance of the mystic realm must be because of this child. Are you a cultivator or a monster? The old woman suddenly shouted. Ning-Chi smiled. So what if he's a cultivator? So what if he's a demon? The old woman was stunned for a moment. Then, a hint of anger appeared in her eyes. Don't try to act mysterious. Did you obtain the treasure in the secret realm? Do you know the rules here? We found a mystic realm, and we want to split it evenly. If you want to keep it to yourself, we won't allow it. Not bad. It doesn't matter if you are a cultivator or a monster. Take out the items you obtained from inside and let everyone have a look. The other nascent soul cultivators also chimed in. Everyone had a tacit understanding and surrounded Ning-Chi in the middle. After leaving the ancient Shenluo underworld, Ning-Chi's divine power had disappeared. It was quite stressful to be surrounded by such a group of nascent soul cultivators. However, this slight pressure caused the Buddha bead in his sea of consciousness to change again. In an instant, the aura around them changed. There seemed to be a cry of killing in their ears. Before they knew it, they were already in another world. What's going on? This seems to be the aura of the legendary underworld. Could those be ghost soldiers? Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Ning-Chi was also a little surprised. So the Buddha bead could spit out the fragments of the underworld after absorbing them? The divine power that he had lost was gradually recovering. In this world, Ning-Chi's methods would be unimaginable to the cultivators of the Yang realm. Maybe the perfected immortal would be able to resist him. Soon, everyone realized that the world had returned to normal. The cries of killing were gone, the ghost soldiers were gone, and Ning-Chi was also gone. Where is he? The old woman was shocked and angry. So it was a smokescreen, Li Yunhai muttered to himself. To be able to deceive a group of nascent soul cultivators like them, the other party's cultivation was probably not much different from theirs. Go after him! A nascent soul cultivator shouted coldly. Seeing this, the others scattered in all directions, trying to catch up with Ning-Chi. Qin Tang Temple. When Ning-Chi returned, everything in the temple was as usual. With the Li family taking care of the 3 children, they only needed to concentrate on their cultivation. Opening the property panel, Ning Qi clicked on the plus sign behind the realm. The aura in his body suddenly began to change. Like boiling water, it kept soaring, and soon became several times stronger. Middle stage nascent soul realm. The spiritual energy value was consumed by 1.5 million. Ning Qi clicked again. The aura began to soar again. This time, the spiritual energy value was consumed by 2.5 million. Late stage nascent soul realm. There were still 4 million spiritual energy value left. The plus sign was still a bright spot. Ning Qi didn't hesitate and clicked again. His aura suddenly rose to the peak of the nascent soul realm. After consuming 3.5 million spiritual energy value, there were still 500,000 left. But this time, the plus sign had turned gray and couldn't be clicked anymore. Compared to before, his cultivation had increased by many times. Even if the magical power of the Buddha bead didn't interfere, the scene of being surrounded by a group of nascent soul realm cultivators would not happen again. Xiantian Gate. So, the other party will let you go after taking your Xiantian record? An old man looked at Senior Brother Ling and the others indifferently. Yes, yes, Senior Brother Ling and the others looked at each other and then nodded slightly. Qin Tang Temple, White Bone Temple. The old man's expression gradually became serious. If it really is the White Bone Temple, many sects should be interested in the reappearance of the White Bone Temple. Master, the other party is so overbearing and directly took our Xiantian record. Why don't we immediately report this to the other sects and drive the tiger to swallow the wolf? Another old man said in a deep voice. The matter of the Xiantian record being taken naturally attracted all the elders. Taking someone's inheritance, no matter whether it was important or not, was a taboo in the cultivation world, unless the gap between the two parties was really too big. But if it was just a nascent soul realm cultivator, and the matter of the White Bone Temple was involved, they were not very afraid. Well, the White Bone Temple has reappeared. It's indeed time to inform the other sections. The Xiantian Gates master nodded indifferently, then his eyes fell on Senior Brother Ling and the others. You guys knew but didn't report it and acted on your own, causing the Xiantian record to be taken. This time, you'll be responsible for leading the way and atoning for your crimes. Chapter 4385. In the following period of time, the news of the White Bone Temple spread like wildfire in the realm of cultivation. Some people secretly rubbed their hands, planning to use this opportunity to find an opportunity. However, they weren't very sure of the exact location of the White Bone Temple. They only knew that it was in the mountains behind Huangshi village. But in the vast realm of cultivation, there were countless villages called Huangshi village. It wasn't that easy to find it. Black Jade Academy. One of the 3 academies in the Mountain Sea region. Apart from the 3 academies, there were 3 sects and 3 cultivators in the Mountain Sea region, a total of 9 nascent soul cultivators. These 9 people were the most powerful cultivators in the Mountain Sea region. However, nascent soul cultivators were also divided into strong and weak ones. The leader of the group was Li Xianyu, a peak-stage nascent soul cultivator. In a hall in the Black Jade Academy. It was filled with cultivators, and in the middle of the crowd were 9 stools. 8 of the stools were occupied by people of different ages and genders. They were all nascent soul powerhouses with different temperament. The news from Cloud Rising Academy has been sent, but that person isn't in the academy. It seems that only the 8 of us will be here to discuss this, Celestial Emperor said. Li Xianyu smiled. Master Li, tell us, if we find any treasures in the White Bone Temple, how should we split them? A woman smiled. The woman was wearing a red outfit. She didn't look old, but her eyes were full of vicissitudes. She was Feng Wu, the master of another academy, the Phoenix Academy. Cloud Rise Academy isn't here. If we get any treasures, our academies will each take 20%. As for the remaining 60%, you can each take 10%. What do you think? Li Xianyu smiled and glanced at the nascent soul cultivators. I agree. An cultivator nodded. It was already good enough that Li Xianyu was willing to give them 10%. Is the master of the Xiantian sect here? Li Xianyu smiled. I am here. The master of the Xiantian sect walked out from the crowd and bowed to Li Xianyu and the others. These were all powerful figures in the Mountain Sea region. This information was given by your mysterious heaven sect. When the time comes, we will also leave an opportunity for you. Now, let your disciple explain in detail what exactly is going on in the White Bone Temple so that everyone can be prepared. Li Xianyu smiled. Ling Han, you tell him. The Mystic Heaven sect leader nodded and looked at senior brother Ling. When Ling Han heard this, he hurriedly took a few steps forward and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At present, he was surrounded by either nascent soul cultivators or golden core cultivators. Although a foundation-building cultivator like him could already be considered an expert in the cultivation world, in front of this group of big shots, he was not even a strand of hair. Don't be nervous. Just say it. Li Xianyu smiled faintly. Yes, senior. Ling Han nodded hurriedly. Then, he recounted how he and his group had obtained the Jade Scroll that recorded the location of the Temple of White Bones, and how they had come all the way here. Everyone nodded slightly. If it were them, they would also not tell the sect the location of the temple. They would definitely go there first to see if there was any opportunity. Later, my junior sisters and I came to Yellow Rock Village and saw a cultivator using spiritual qi to imprison a few mortals. After asking the villagers about the situation, we deduced that a cultivator had arrived at the Temple of White Bones first. We had the villagers lead the way, and when we arrived at the Temple of White Bones, we saw a cultivator who looked no older than 5 or 6 years old. Ling Han paused, then suddenly said, That's right, before we saw that cultivator, there were 2 guards with strange auras. These 2 guards' cultivation level was very likely at the Golden Core tier, and they easily imprisoned me, my junior brothers and sisters. 2 Golden Core tier cultivators. Then the cultivator who looked 5 or 6 years old must be a nascent soul tier cultivator. I recognize all the nascent soul tier cultivators in the Mountain Sea region. He could have been passing by here. Li Xianyu said. There's one thing I don't understand. Feng Wu suddenly said. She already knew the whole story. She asked Ling Han to repeat it for the other 3 sect leaders and the 3 unaffiliated cultivators to hear. If he's a nascent soul tier cultivator, why would he force the Black Heaven sect's introductory cultivation technique? That Black Heaven record can only be cultivated to the foundation building level at most. He can't even condense a golden core. Feng Wu frowned. You're right, but nascent soul tier cultivators have strange temperament. Maybe they're just using this to teach him a lesson. Li Xianyu pointed at Ling Han. No matter what, let's go to the Temple of White Bones now. The Temple of White Bones is a sect in the Mountain Sea region, so the fortune left behind should belong to the cultivators of the Mountain Sea region. We can't let outsiders take it. If this gets out, I'm afraid we'll become a laughingstock. One of the unaffiliated cultivators stood up and said, All right. Li Xianyu nodded with a smile. Then, under Ling Han's lead, a group of people flew majestically towards the direction of Qin Tang Temple. Why did you call them along this time? Feng Wu stood beside Li Xianyu and said calmly, It's just a nascent soul tier cultivator. We can take him down. Feng Wu, you haven't been in the Mountain Sea region as long as I have, and you haven't experienced the era of the Temple of White Bones. The Temple of White Bones used to be filled with demonic flames, and controlled the entire Mountain Sea region. Even if the Temple of White Bones has been destroyed, who knows what kind of trump cards they've left behind. So, we have to be fully prepared. Li Xianyu sighed. Feng Wu frowned slightly, and finally agreed with Li Xianyu's words, although she still felt that he was making a big fuss over a minor issue, causing so many people to come to share the spoils. Yellow Rock Village. Sigh. When the village chief passed by the village entrance with his walking stick, he sighed softly. Not far away, a corpse lay on the ground. That was Huang San's corpse. The wall of spiritual qi had disappeared long ago, but the villagers didn't dare to retract it, for fear of offending those immortals. Even Huang San's family pretended not to see it. It was one thing to harm themselves, but if they were harmed as well, it would be bad. Village chief, can you send someone to the temple to plead for Huang San's corpse? It's been left here all day and it stinks to death. A villager stepped forward and asked, "Who's going? My old bones can't walk, who's going?" The village chief said. Hearing this, everyone immediately lowered their heads and looked elsewhere. Someone exclaimed in bewilderment. He pointed at the sky and stammered, "God! God! God! What's wrong with you?" Someone cursed. "Lord Immortal, there are so many Lord Immortals." The man finally stopped stammering. When the crowd heard this, they quickly raised their heads and looked over. What they saw stunned them all. There were actually countless figures flying through the sky. Suddenly, they noticed that the immortals had stopped moving. Some of them looked down. "You said that the mortal who was imprisoned was that corpse? It's already rotten, yet no one dares to restrain it. That person from the White Bone Monastery is truly tyrannical." Feng Wu glanced at Ling Han and said calmly. Ling Han was startled for a moment, and felt a little guilty in his heart. He did not dare to say that Huang San had been imprisoned by his junior sister in the end, so he could only nod. "Reporting to Senior, it's that mortal." Chapter 4386. The village chief and the others watched dumbfounded as the group of cultivators flew towards them, then landed on the ground one after another. They did not dare to make a sound, but they saw the group of cultivators arrive beside Huang San's corpse and whisper to each other. "You're the village chief here?" Feng Wu's gaze landed on the village chief. "Yes, yes, yes." The village chief nodded hurriedly. "What's the matter with this person?" Feng Wu pointed at Huang San's corpse. The village head of Yellowstone Village was stunned for a moment. Then, he intermittently explained the cause and effect of the matter. When they heard that Huang San was finally brought back by a few other cultivators and imprisoned here, the expression of the Black Heaven sect master changed a few times. Fortunately, Li Xianyu and the others exchanged a look, and did not pursue the matter further. "He's been dead for a long time, right? Why don't you guys hide his corpse?" Feng Wu asked again. A villager of Yellowstone Village answered first, "We don't dare. If Lord Immortal finds out, I'm afraid we'll end up like Huang San." Everyone heard it. The person who occupies the White Bone Temple is really domineering. Feng Wu smiled faintly. The nascent soul realm cultivators all nodded. It's indeed a bit domineering. He's just a mortal. If they really wanted to kill him, they could just kill him. It's too much to leave his corpse in the wild. Ling Han, where is the White Bone Temple located? Feng Wu looked at Ling Han and asked calmly. "It's in the back mountain." Ling Han immediately pointed in the direction of the Qin Tang Temple. Everyone once again soared into the sky and flew in the direction Ling Han pointed. Village chief, they seem to be here to deal with the person in the mountain." A villager gathered his courage and stepped forward. The village chief of Yellowstone Village revealed a serious expression, and there was a faint uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that there was going to be a great battle of cultivators here? If that was really the case, would Yellowstone Village be implicated? They were all mortals, and the slightest shockwave would cause the entire Yellowstone Village to be destroyed. How could they resist it? I wonder if Lady Li and her daughter will be in danger. No matter what, they are the people of my Yellowstone Village. The Yellowstone Village's village chief heaved a long sigh, turned around and left. After Huang San's family members stuck their heads out to look around, they finally gritted their teeth and went forward to collect the corpse. Since such a large group of immortals had gone into the mountains, they felt that there was no need to be afraid of the previous one. After all, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. This was something that ordinary people understood. Qin Tang Temple. After a period of cultivation, and with Ning Qi's guidance, De Guzi, Little Yu, Li Chou, and Hu Qing, 3 people and 1 beast, avoided many detours. From time to time, Ning Qi poured the remaining 500,000 points of spiritual energy from the previous promotion into their bodies. In a short period of time, the 3 humans and 1 beast had already transcended the realm of mortals. Among them, Little Yu, whose cultivation speed was the fastest, had already comprehended the cloud soar art. Not only was she able to soar alone, she could even bring someone along with her. When Li Chou, De Guzi, and the others saw this, they were naturally very envious. This also filled them with passion and motivation towards the path of cultivation. They hoped that one day, they could be like Little Yu and soar through the clouds. Temple Master, can I also cultivate? Today, Madame Li said what she had been holding back for a long time, looking at Ning Qi expectantly. If a cultivator wants to cultivate, they need spiritual root. They all have them. Ning Qi smiled faintly. What about me? Madame Li was a little expectant. Ning Qi shook his head slightly. You don't have spiritual roots. Madame Li was a little disappointed. Why do you want to cultivate? Ning Qi smiled faintly. It is said that cultivators can live longer. I want to accompany her for a few more years. Madame Li looked in the direction of Li Chou. Mortals who could not cultivate, on average, lived to 50 or 60 years old. 70 or 80 years was considered a long life. Madame Li was in her 20s this year. If there were no accidents, she would die of old age in another 20 years. That's not a big problem. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Madame Li was slightly startled. The next moment, Ning Qi raised his hand and directly poured a stream of spiritual energy on Madame Li's body. Madame Li's aura continued to soar, quickly surpassing Li Chou and the others. Feeling the changes in her body, Madame Li was a little stunned. Didn't they say that she could not cultivate? You can't cultivate. I gave you your current cultivation level. Without a spiritual root, even if you have this foundation, you can't strengthen the spiritual energy in your body. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, You are now at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, and your lifespan has been greatly increased. It won't be a problem for you to accompany Li Chou for a few more years. Thank you, Master. Madame Li was pleasantly surprised. We have guessed. Ning Qi suddenly looked at the horizon, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes as he walked out of the monastery. Is that the White Bone Temple? The plaque says Qin Tang Temple. Obviously, the cultivator who occupied this place changed the name of the temple. Wait, the aura here looks very ordinary. Is it really the old site of the White Bone Temple? The group of nascent soul cultivators looked at each other, a little surprised. There were no restrictive spells around this Taoist temple. It looked ordinary, unlike the White Bone Temple that had been so powerful in the Mountain Sea region. Could it be that the cultivator who occupied this place had already taken the opportunity of the White Bone Temple? Someone is coming out, Feng Wu said calmly. Everyone's eyes narrowed as they saw a thin and small figure walk out of the Taoist temple. It seemed that the figure was looking in their direction. Seniors, it's him. Ling Han pointed at Ning Qi. Palace Masterly, is this person a nascent soul cultivator? A nascent soul cultivator frowned. He couldn't sense any trace of cultivation or aura on Ning Qi. Li Xianyu frowned slightly. He sized up Ning Qi for a while, but he also couldn't sense Ning Qi's aura. Yes or no, we'll know when we get there. Li Xianyu smiled faintly. They immediately arrived in front of the Qin Tang Temple. Ning Qi looked at Ling Han and said with a faint smile, Are these the seniors of the Black Heaven sect? The Black Heaven sect is quite strong. You have so many nascent soul cultivators. We're not from the Black Heaven sect. A nascent soul cultivator frowned. They looked at Ningqi with a bit more seriousness in their eyes. He could tell that they were nascent soul cultivators, which meant he wasn't simple. Not from the Black Heaven sect? No wonder your auras are different. Ningqi nodded with a smile. This meant that this group of people could get a lot of cultivation methods. The foundation of the Qin Tang Temple would be greatly improved. Even I can't see through your cultivation. May I ask where you're from? Li Xianyu said with a smile. This is the Qin Tang Temple. Why don't you tell me who you are before you come to visit? Ningqi smiled. Everyone was slightly startled. A hot-tempered cultivator said directly, Palace Master Li, we can just go in and check it out. If this isn't the old site of the White Bone Temple, it would be meaningless for us to come here. Li Xianyu shook his head slightly and then said with a faint smile, I am the Palace Master of Black Jade Academy. Chapter 4387. Seeing that Li Xianyu didn't intend to barge in, everyone looked at each other and reported their backgrounds. Of course, only the nascent soul cultivators were qualified to report their background. The Golden Core cultivators could only remain silent. They weren't qualified to do so in front of a nascent soul cultivator. It seems that all the nascent soul cultivators in the Mountain Sea region are here, except for the one from Cloud Rising Academy? Ningqi smiled. You can say that. Feng Wu nodded and said, We've already reported our backgrounds. It's your turn now. The master of the Qin Tang Temple, Ning Beixian. Ningqi smiled. The Qin Tang Temple? Everyone subconsciously looked up at the plaque. Didn't it say Qin Tang Guan? A nascent soul cultivator frowned and said unhappily, We asked you about your background and you're being so perfunctory? This is the former site of the White Bone Temple. Do you think it's yours now that you've occupied it? White Bone Temple. There's not even a skeleton here. How can it be called the White Bone Temple? Before I came here, there was nothing here. Do you think there's some kind of opportunity left here and want to check it out? Ningqi smiled. When everyone heard this, they were slightly startled. Then, they stared at Ningqi with a strange expression. What Ningqi had said proved that there might not be any opportunities in the temple that they had previously thought. Even if there was an opportunity, it had already fallen into his hands. Ning Beixian, let's get straight to the point. This disciple of the Xiantian sect found a jade slip left behind by the White Bone Temple. It says that this is the former site of the White Bone Temple. The White Bone Temple is a sect of the Mountain Sea region, and you're not a cultivator from the Mountain Sea region. You don't have the right to occupy this place. What did you get from the White Bone Temple? Show us. Feng Wu said coldly. You won't believe me if I say I didn't get anything. We'll have to fight anyway. Ningqi chuckled. Let's fight then. We don't want to talk nonsense with you. A nascent soul cultivator snorted and his aura surged like a sword. If there was a first, there would be a second. One by one, the nascent soul cultivators released their auras. Li Xianyu hesitated for a moment before revealing his late-stage nascent soul cultivation. His aura was the thickest among them all. At this moment, even De Guzi and the others who were cultivating in the temple sensed that something was wrong and quickly ran out. As soon as they came out, they saw so many cultivators standing in front of the Qin Tang Temple. To them, the aura of each cultivator was very terrifying. Only when they stood behind Ningqi did they feel a little better. When Li Xianyu and the others saw De Guzi and the others, they were shocked at first. After all, they looked the same age as Ningqi, and they thought they were nascent soul cultivators. In the end, they realized that De Guzi and the others' auras were only at the qi refining stage. Only a slightly older woman was at the peak of the qi refining stage. Madame Li's eyes carried a trace of solemnity. She could see that this group of people had come with ill intentions. Before Li Xianyu and the others could breathe a sigh of relief, an aura 10 times stronger than theirs rose from Ning Qi's body. In an instant, this aura enveloped Li Xianyu and the others. Compared to Ning Qi's aura, their auras were like wooden swords meeting a great sword. A nascent soul cultivator was dumbfounded and almost choked on the spot. He also subconsciously restrained his aura. The opponent's aura was too terrifying. Even a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage didn't have such an aura, right? They didn't know that Ning Qi had a 9-colored nascent soul, which was different from those at the same level. The spirit qi in his body was more than 10 times that of a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Soul transformation stage? Everyone looked at each other, and their expressions gradually became a little awkward. Li Xianyu withdrew his aura on the spot. Feng Wu and the others saw this and withdrew their auras one after another, remaining silent. I didn't know Senior was a soul transformation stage cultivator. If I offended you just now, please forgive me, Senior. Li Xianyu's expression was solemn as he cupped his fists. Make a copy of each of your cultivation methods, and I will forgive you. Ning Qi smiled lightly. Xian Tian sect master's expression became extremely strange. He hurriedly lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Ning Qi. Last time, didn't his disciple, Ling Han, manage to leave safely because he had copied a cultivation technique? But he didn't expect that this time, he came with such a large group of nascent soul stage cultivators, and it was very likely that he would end up like Ling Han last time. Xian Tian sect didn't care, but Li Xianyu and the others. A chill rose from the soles of his feet and rushed straight to the top of his head. This time, he was the one who told these big shots the news. If these big shots had to copy cultivation methods to survive, then after this, Xian Tian sect would definitely be punished. Thinking of this, Xian Tian sect's sect master suddenly regretted it. I should have thought of it. If he dared to let Ling Han and the others come back, he must have full confidence. Could it be that all of this was deliberately done, cultivation method? Senior, you must be joking. The inheritance of cultivation methods is related to the rise and fall of the sect. How can it be taken so lightly? Li Xianyu's face showed a forced smile. Feng Wu and the others looked very serious. The rise and fall of the sect, or your death, between these two, which one is more important? Ning Qi smiled. Don't answer me so quickly, I can give you a full 10 breaths to consider. Li Xianyu's expression gradually froze. Time passed by 1 breath, 2 breaths. Suddenly, a nascent soul cultivator broke through the air and said sternly, "Even if you are a soul formation cultivator, you have no reason to steal our inheritance." But immediately after, there was an incomparably majestic spirit qi. Before everyone could react, this nascent soul cultivator was directly blasted into pieces by the spirit qi. The terrifying aftermath swept out in all directions. The people of Huangshe village could feel a strong storm sweeping out from the mountains, blowing so hard that they almost couldn't open their eyes. The battle of cultivators has already begun. The village chief of Huangshe village muttered to himself with a serious expression. In front of the Qin Tang temple, all the cultivators, including Li Xianyu and the others, were speechless. Ling Han was so scared that he almost buried his head in the ground. He didn't dare to look in Ning Qi's direction. 10 breaths are up, what do you think? Ning Qi smiled faintly. We are willing to copy the cultivation method. Li Xianyu cupped his fists and said. Everyone looked at each other and nodded with an ugly expression. Li Shi, go get a pen and paper. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Temple Master, we may not have so much pen and paper here. Li Shi's face showed a touch of hesitation. Oh, that's okay. They are all immortals, they should have their own. Ning Qi smiled faintly. After a dozen breaths, a special scene appeared in front of the Qin Tang temple. Countless cultivators sat cross-legged and splashed ink. Chapter 4388. Li Xianyu copied the cultivation method first. The cultivation method he copied was the true inheritance of Black Jade Academy. This is the Black Jade Divine Art. Please have a look, Senior. Li Xianyu handed the cultivation method to Ning Qi respectfully. Ning Qi glanced at it. If there are any mistakes, I will go to Black Jade Academy to find you. Leave this cultivation method and you can leave. Li Xianyu's expression changed slightly. He suddenly said, Sorry, there are a few mistakes. Please allow me to correct them. Then, he scribbled on it again. Feng Wu and the others saw this and their expressions changed slightly. Yes, the monk could leave, but the temple couldn't. If the other party found out that there were mistakes in the cultivation method and directly came to find them, how could they deal with it? Thinking of this, everyone simultaneously deleted a few parts of the cultivation method that they were about to copy. Ning Qi pretended not to see it and smiled faintly. After 10 minutes, the last Yuanying realm cultivator also handed over his cultivation method. Even those golden cores were not left behind. In total, Qin Tang Temple had more than 100 cultivation methods. There were cultivation methods and celestial arts inside, such as celestial sight and cloud riding mist. No one dared to copy such celestial art. They only copied their own celestial arts just to leave this place alive. Well, it's about time. Except for Black Heaven Sect, everyone else can leave. Ning Qi nodded slightly. Seeing this, everyone didn't care about Black Heaven Sect's survival and flew away, wishing they could leave this place immediately. In an instant, the crowd dissipated, leaving only the two lonely figures of Black Heaven Sect's Sect Master and Ling Han. Although Black Heaven Sect's Sect Master was a golden core cultivator, he couldn't control his trembling hands and looked at Ning Qi in horror. Last time, he left the Black Heaven record so he could leave alive. However, leaving alive once is fine, but if it happens again and again, I will be quite annoyed. How do you think I should deal with you? Ning Qi looked at Black Heaven Sect's Sect Master and smiled. A trace of cold sweat slid down Black Heaven Sect's Sect Master's forehead. Then, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Senior, I am willing to pay any price just to live. Well, my disciple's cultivation is not high. Sometimes, when I am not at the sect, it is inevitable that some thieves will accidentally enter this place. How about this, move Black Heaven Sect to Yellowstone Village and cultivate in the future. If cultivators come, you will be responsible for receiving them. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Move to Huangshe Village? That place devoid of spiritual qi? The sect master of the mysterious Heaven Sect was stunned, but in the next moment, he immediately nodded in agreement. As long as he could live, he was willing to disband the sect, let alone move to Huangshe Village. In his mind, this kind of punishment was already considered a very light punishment. With Ning Qi's permission, the sect master of Black Heaven Sect immediately took Ling Han and left the Qin Tang Temple. Li Clan, find a place to put these cultivation methods and keep an eye on them. Don't cultivate them without my permission, lest you go mad. Ning Qi said to Madame Li. De Guzi and the others immediately revealed looks of disappointment, but they immediately became spirited again. In any case, the cultivation methods were all here. As long as their cultivation levels increased, what was there to be afraid of not being able to cultivate? Huangshe Village Chief, did those immortals just leave like that? The villagers surrounded the village chief and looked at the sky in shock. Didn't you say that there would be a huge commotion? Some of the villagers were confused. The village chief of Huangshe Village pondered for a few breaths, then shook his head in confusion. He looked into the mountains, hesitated and said, Is there anyone who is willing to go into the mountains to investigate? With a whoosh, all the villagers dispersed. Just say that you are going to visit Madame Li and the others. That person won't make things difficult for you. Really, if it weren't for the fact that my old arms and legs can no longer walk, I would have gone by myself. The village chief of Huangshe village couldn't help but complain. Li Xianyu and the others were silent. They came with great momentum, but left in a sorry state. This blow made them feel the deep malice of the world. In the mountain sea region, how could there be such a powerful person? And they just so happened to be there. Not only were they humiliated, they also left behind their own cultivation methods to escape. Palace Masterly, this is not a solution, Feng Wu suddenly said. Everyone instinctively stopped in their track. They had wanted to say it for a long time. Li Xianyu looked at Feng Wu and smiled bitterly. What do you plan to do? No one in the mountain sea region is a match for him, but what about outside? Feng Wu asked. Everyone's expressions changed. They did have some connections outside the mountain sea region, but that wasn't enough for them to reach the soul formation stage. Knowing one or two perfected nascent soul cultivators was already impressive enough. Even a soul formation cultivator might not be a match for him. If you fail, are you prepared to face that person's wrath? Li Xianyu frowned. He can take our cultivation methods today, but what if he wants our lives tomorrow? If worse comes to worst, I will leave the mountain sea region with my people. Feng Wu snorted. Wait, have you heard that that person from Cloud Rising Academy is looking for someone? Li Xianyu was surprised. After everyone thought about it carefully, a look of horror appeared on their faces. Didn't that person fit the description of the person Cloud Rising Academy was looking for? Could that be the person Cloud Rising Academy was looking for? Cloud Rising Academy has kept the information a secret, but I know that the person they're looking for has something to do with Xian Corp's sect. Xian Corp's sect offended a descendant of a perfected immortal and was destroyed. Li Xianyu narrowed his eyes. I think Xian Corp's sect used to be related to White Bone Temple. Everyone looked grim. Perfected immortals are much more powerful than soul formation cultivators. I'm afraid we won't even be able to get close to them if we don't have someone to help us. A nascent soul cultivator whispered. That's true. Li Xianyu chuckled. How about this? Let's all go back and pretend that today's matter never happened. No. Feng Wu's face darkened, and she looked at Li Xianyu. I don't know much about what happened. Who is that perfected immortal? Perfected immortal Jiang of Moke Mountains. Li Xianyu smiled a little. Moke Mountains? Everyone sucked in their breath. There were strong and weak perfected immortals, and perfected immortal Jiang of Moke Mountains was probably one of the top 3 perfected immortals. It was said that he had once split the world of the dead in half with a single swing of his sword. People could only look up to him. Without sufficient cultivation, they wouldn't even be able to enter Moke Mountains, where sword chi was rampant, let alone find that descendant of the perfected immortal. What about that descendant? How am I supposed to find him without a name? Feng Wu asked again after a few moments of silence. His name is Jiang Tianhui. I was there when he sent people to destroy Xian Corp's sect. Li Xianyu said calmly. Chapter 4389. Jiang Tianhui. Feng Wu repeated the name. Li Xianyu frowned and said, When you see him, call him young Master Jiang. If you call him by his name, you'll be in big trouble. Descendants of perfected immortals are very particular about rules. Unless you're also a descendant of a perfected immortal, you can't call him by his name. Master Li, you're not going with me? Feng Wu was a little surprised. It's too far. I won't go. Li Xianyu waved his hand with a smile, then flew off at an even faster speed, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. In that case, which one of you wants to go with me? Feng Wu looked at the other nascent soul cultivators. There were originally 3 unaffiliated cultivators, but Ning Qi had killed one of them. The remaining 2 looked at each other and shook their heads with an embarrassed smile. We still have something to do. We'll be on our way. The 2 unaffiliated cultivators bid farewell and left. They didn't want to get involved. What if the descendants of perfected immortals couldn't deal with that one? It was just a copy of the cultivation technique that they cultivated. It was already a great fortune for them to be able to resolve this matter. They did not belong to any sect or faction, so it was not a big deal to give away the cultivation technique. In the end, Feng Wu asked for a long time, but no one was willing to go with her. She smirked. "I'll go to Moke Mountain Range then. You guys stay here and don't make him unhappy. Serve him well." After that, Feng Wu sped up and flew in another direction. Everyone looked at each other, shook their heads, and left with different expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, on an immortal mountain in Moke Mountain Range, a middle-aged Confucian scholar, an old Taoist, and a woman stood there. Brother Jiang, a few years ago, because of an unforeseen event, all the ghosts in the Great Yin reincarnated into the world of the living. If I'm not mistaken, that one should be hiding there. You've been thinking about it for years. Have you thought about how to deal with it? The woman said slowly. There was a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. Someone who could stand with a perfected immortal had to be a perfected immortal. That person brought the spirit protection pearl with him to the nether realm. He wanted to return from the nether realm when we weren't paying attention. Originally, we had set up the netherworld Spider Queen to stop that person and seal him in the nether realm for generations, but we didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen. The old Taoist sighed softly. He paused for a moment, and then glanced at the middle-aged Confucian scholar. True immortal Jiang, it was the three of us who forced him into such dire straits. If he comes back with his memories from the world of the living, Why are the two of you so afraid of him? Since he was able to force him to the underworld once, he would naturally be able to force him there a second time. I'm afraid he's been reincarnated countless times in the netherworld all these years. Even if he has the protective spirit pearl, his memory has been wiped clean. A hint of cold mockery flashed in Jiang Zhenxian's eyes. Instead of being afraid of him, it's better to think about how to find that person. As long as I can't find her, I won't be able to rest. It's been so many years. I'm afraid that person has already died. Her talent was lacking, and she was unable to advance to true immortal. The old Taoist priest pondered. How could Master's wife die so easily? There are countless ways to extend one's lifespan in the world. Only by seeing her die with our own eyes can we be certain. The woman said indifferently. Yes, you're right, Jiang Zhenxian said indifferently. Jiang Zhenxian said faintly, my sect has been paying attention to this news. About 80 years ago, someone said they saw her somewhere with a little girl. The old Taoist priest and the woman's eyes changed at the same time, and they looked at Jiang Zhenxian fiercely. Why didn't you tell the two of us? The two hostages asked. I wasn't sure if it was her. Later, I went there myself, but there was no trace of her. Perhaps my subordinates were mistaken. Jiang Zhenxian frowned. If there's any news in the future, you must inform us. Even if it's wrong, we still have to see it with our own eyes. The woman snorted coldly. She paused for a moment. I heard that some time ago, your son's life plate broke? Jiang Zhenxian said indifferently, that's right. In this world, there's still someone who dares to attack your son? Have you caught that person? The woman's eyes were filled with curiosity. The old Taoist priest pinched his fingers and calculated. In the end, he frowned slightly. I can't figure it out. It seems like the attacker is quite powerful. Could it be one of the others? The cultivators who were with my son have all been captured and brought back to the Moke Mountain Range. However, they don't remember when my son left or how he disappeared. They don't even know that my son is already dead. However, I found traces of their souls disappearing from their bodies. Someone erased their memories. Even I can't recover them. To be able to do this, it has to be at least a Dao integration cultivator. Jiang Zhenxian said with a gloomy expression, there are only a few Dao integration cultivators in the world. I've checked, and none of them were in the area where my son disappeared. So, this is the doing of a perfected immortal? The old Taoist priest and the woman looked at each other, puzzled. Which perfected immortal would attack Jiang Zhenxian's son? Even if they wanted to attack them, they wouldn't alert the enemy, right? A descendant of a perfected immortal? That's possible. Help me keep an eye out. Jiang Zhenxian smiled and said in a cold voice, "The great Yin realm no longer exists. I don't know which Yin fragment my son's soul has gone to. It will be extremely difficult to find him. So, no matter who did this to him, I want them to die a horrible death." The old Taoist priest and the woman looked at each other, their expressions changing slightly. They all knew how ruthless their eldest brother could be. He could even viciously exterminate the master who had raised him and taught him the Tao of cultivation. If he managed to capture the murderer of his son, they could only imagine what sort of torture Jiang Zhenxian would inflict on him. "I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first." The woman cupped her fists and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon. "I'll take my leave too." The old Taoist priest smiled and took a step forward. He was already thousands of miles away. Jiang Zhenxian stood alone on the mountain peak for a long time. Suddenly, he waved his hand and a scene appeared in front of him. In the scene, a woman was walking in the snow, holding the hand of a girl. A hint of mockery flashed in Jiang Zhenxian's eyes as he muttered to himself, "Master, if you really reincarnate back to the world of the living, I'll let you feel what pain is again." "Master, when will I be able to see my father?" Ning Haotian let out a breath of cold air. When he saw the cold air in front of him freeze into pieces and fall to the ground, he couldn't help but shiver. Then, he looked up at the woman beside him and said, "Your father should be in the world of the living now. Your father should be in the world of the living now. When we can see him will depend on when he completely recovers his memories." Ziyun chuckled. Suddenly, she turned around and looked at Ning Haotian with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Seeing that Ning Haotian wanted to ask more, Ziyun picked her up and quickly moved forward. Even an ordinary cultivator of the Tao integration stage would be frozen to death here. There shouldn't be anyone following her, right? But that feeling just now. Chapter 4390. Humph. Ice Sky Impasse. How could you find such a place? But so what? As long as you come out, I can suppress you at any time. Jiang Zhenxian sneered. He clenched his fists and the scene in front of him disappeared. He had already used his technique. His opponent could not escape at all. But Ice Sky Impasse was not an ordinary place. Even a perfected immortal would freeze to death there. He knew that his opponent was fine because he had a treasure on him that could isolate him from the cold. He would only feel the ordinary cold and would not be killed by it. "Master, before I died, I planned to go to the Mountain Sea region." A figure suddenly appeared behind Jiang Zhenxian and said respectfully, "Mountain Sea region? Why did he go there? It's just a remote village." Jiang Zhenxian frowned. Many years ago, there was a sect in the Mountain Sea region that offended Junior Apprentice Brother. Junior Apprentice Brother sent people to wipe them out. I heard that the remaining members of that sect appeared. The Mountain Sea region's Cloud Rise Academy's Palace Lord sent a message to Junior Apprentice Brother, and so Junior Apprentice Brother went there. However, this time, the Cloud Rise Academy's Palace Lord also disappeared. The figure said in a low voice, "You mean it has something to do with the sect he wiped out? As far as I know, there isn't even a soul formation cultivator in the Mountain Sea region. How could he have killed Tianhui?" Jiang Zhenxian frowned. "Master, let me go to the Mountain Sea region to see if there are any clues." The figure said, "Okay, you go. You've reached Tao integration. No one can easily stop you except for a perfected immortal." Jiang Zhenxian said calmly, "Yes." Huangshi village. Accompanied by the sound of horse hooves, a group of knights in ragged clothes, riding tall horses and wielding long blades, charged into the village. Seal this village. If they still want to chase, wash this village with blood and enter the mountains. If any of us survive, we'll come back to take revenge on them. We'll kill their entire family. The leading cavalryman shouted angrily. His voice reverberated throughout Huangshi village. The villagers of Huangshi village did not know what was going on. Some of them were cooking at home. When they heard the commotion, they came out and were shocked. Mounted bandits. Before they could react, the mounted gangsters had already rushed towards them. Not long after, including the village chief, all the villagers of Huangshi village, about 700 to 800 people, were gathered at the village entrance. At the entrance of the village, the horse gang had used some stone mills to block it. Sirs, our Huangshi village doesn't have anything valuable. The village head of Huangshi village knelt on the ground and said while his beard trembled. On his neck there was a long saber that was still stained with blood. It was unknown whose blood it belonged to, but it was already stinky, and flies were buzzing around it. Stop talking nonsense, old thing. Why would our boss take a fancy to your place? However, today, he wants to borrow your place to compete with those lackeys. Listen up, kneel down obediently. If you're lucky, you can still live. If you're unlucky, you'll be buried with us. The mounted bandit with the long blade shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, the tallest bandit in front of him turned around and gave him a kick. What are you talking about? Before the leader could continue cursing, the sound of hooves could be heard. The soldiers had caught up. Great Desert Wolf, you can't escape. Behind here is the forest, your horse can't go up. Surrender and I can spare your life. The number of soldiers was obviously more than this group of 70 to 80 mounted gangsters. They completely surrounded Huangshi village. The one leading the scolding was a young man dressed in black armor. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. The outline of his face that was exposed outside his helmet was also very resolute. Lackeys of the imperial court, if you attack forcefully today, I'll kill all these people. Let's see if you're faster or if my brother's blades are sharper. The leader of the mounted gangsters shouted coldly. Sir, there are 700 to 800 villagers in Huangshi village. They might all be here. A soldier beside the young general said in a low voice. The young general frowned and shouted at the leader of the mounted gangsters, Great Desert Wolf, if you touch a single hair of these commoners, there's no turning back. What turning back? I, Great Desert Wolf, never leave a path of retreat for myself. If you want to attack forcefully today, then let's perish together. The leader of the mounted gangsters laughed loudly, looking extraordinary. The villagers of Huangshi village were scared half to death. If the soldiers really rushed in, wouldn't they become scapegoats? Sir, if we don't catch them this time, who knows where they will run to next time? This is only a small village. The lives of these commoners are not as valuable as those of the nobles in the city. Why not? The soldier beside the young general made a gesture of cutting his throat, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. The young general looked at him with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Just when the two sides were in a deadlock. Li Chou, did you bring everything to burn incense for your father this time? Mother didn't leave anything behind, right? Mother, let me see. Mother, everything is here. And that's good. The two figures, in front of the group of soldiers, directly walked into the village. It was as if they could not see the soldiers and mounted gangsters. Hey, what are you two doing? The soldier beside the young general immediately shouted. Lady Li's figure paused. She looked at him and said with a smile, Sir, we are from Huangshi village. We came back to burn incense for our deceased husband. Burn incense for their deceased husband? Burn incense for their deceased husband in this kind of situation? Were these two people blind? The mounted gangsters were also slightly startled, then looked at Lady Li and Li Chou. Their faces suddenly revealed a strange smile. Yes, Lady Li and the others are back, we are saved. The village head of Huangshe village revealed an excited expression. The rest of the villagers looked at each other in bewilderment. If Lady Li and the others were here, then that Lord Immortal should also come, right? General. The soldier saw that Lady Li and Li Chou were still walking towards the village. His face showed a look of inquiry. Don't worry, maybe it is a scheme of the mounted gangsters. The young general said lightly. For normal girls, when faced with this kind of situation, even if the adults were not afraid, the children would be afraid, right? But he did not see the slightest fear in the little girl's eyes. Years of experience told him that there was something strange about these two girls. Something was wrong. Lady Li held Li Chou's arm, came to the village entrance, and carefully went around the stone mills. The leader of the mounted gangsters looked on coldly. When the two girls entered the village, some mounted gangsters could not bear it anymore. Boss, let's have some fun before we die. Bring them over. The leader of the mounted gangsters nodded lightly. Seeing this, the mounted gangster immediately rushed towards the two girls with a smile. Li Chou's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation, but Lady Li waved her hand lightly. Bang! The corpse of the mounted gangster directly split into pieces, turning into a mist of blood. Lady Li was startled for a moment, but then her expression became incomparably calm. Chapter 4391. Although this was the first time she had acted, and she was once just an ordinary peasant woman, Lady Li had always known that the way of the world was to eat people. Towards this group of horse bandits, she did not have the slightest bit of pity. Although she did not have deep feelings for Huangshe village, her deceased husband was still born here. If she had not coincidentally brought Li Chou back today to burn incense and visit the grave, the people of Huangshe village would most likely have died in the hands of this group of horse bandits. The smell of blood, along with the wind, floated between the noses of the crowd. The village head of Huangshe village and the others revealed expressions of disbelief. After only following that immortal for a short period of time, Lady Li actually had this kind of unfathomable ability? Could it be that today Lady Li was also an immortal? For a moment, respect, envy, and all kinds of emotions grew in the hearts of the crowd. And the leader of the horse bandits, who was known as the Great Desert Grey Wolf, was scared silly by the scene of his subordinate dying. Outside of Huangshe village, the young general stared dumbfoundedly at Lady Li. The soldiers that he had brought along also found it hard to believe that a living person, in the blink of an eye, had been beaten into pieces. What kind of method was this? Boss, she is a monster, a horse bandit said, trembling with fear. Monster? What monster is a monster? How can there be a monster in this world? Take her down, quickly take her down. The leader of the horse bandits shouted angrily. Lady Li suddenly turned around to look at the leader of the horse bandits, but before she could make a move, Li Chou had already struck out with her palm, directly sending the leader of the horse bandits flying. He landed heavily at the feet of the soldiers outside the village, unconscious. All of the horse bandits were stunned. In the next second, the weapons in their hands slipped and fell to the ground. Their limp bodies were no longer enough for them to stand, so they all sat down on the ground. Seeing this, the villagers of Huangshe village hurriedly stood up, but no one dared to greet Lady Li. Lady Li also ignored them, only bringing Li Chou to the back of the village. When the figures of Lady Li and Li Chou disappeared from everyone's sight, the young general finally reacted and immediately shouted, "Take down all of the horse bandits!" Yes. In an instant, all of the horse bandits were captured alive. After experiencing this strange thing, they had already lost the desire to resist. General, just now those two. Don't worry about them, call the village head over. The young general said in a deep voice. Yes. Before long, the village head of Yellowstone village arrived in front of the young general. Everyone looked at him with a strange look in their eyes. They did not dare to treat him as arrogantly as they treated the commoners. There was a trace of caution in their eyes. "Sir General, this old man is the village chief of Huangshi village. What instructions do you have for me?" The village head of Huangshi village cupped his fist. "Elder, you don't have to be so polite. I would like to ask, those two just now are?" The young general said carefully. "You're talking about Madame Li and her daughter Li Chou. Oh, it's like this." The village head of Yellowstone Village explained the situation with a complicated expression. When the young general and the others found out that Madame Li was just a bedridden farmer's wife, but she was rescued by an immortal and even followed the immortal to the mountains, their expressions became incomparably interesting. "Cultivator, it must be a cultivator," the young general muttered to himself. He had heard of this legend before, but he had never seen it with his own eyes, so he did not believe it. He did not expect that in this remote and desolate place there would be traces of immortals. "Does that immortal live in this mountain?" The young general pointed at the mountain range behind Huangshi village. The village head of Yellowstone Village quickly nodded. "Elder, do you know where the immortal lives?" The young general hesitated for a moment before asking. The village head of Yellowstone Village was stunned for a moment, then he quickly shook his head. Although he knew that it was very likely to be in that Taoist temple, without the permission of the immortal, how could he dare to expose this place? The young general was not disappointed. When he asked the question, he actually already knew the answer. How could a normal person know where the immortal lives? If he wanted to know, he could only ask the mother and daughter. However, with just a light wave of their hand, one of the horse bandits was seriously injured and another died. Such a method made him not dare to approach without permission. "Sir, I advise you to leave quickly. Don't offend Madame Li and the others." The village head of Yellowstone Village saw the young general's expression and knew what he was planning, so he opened his mouth to persuade him. The young general was silent for a moment, but in the end, he did not go to find Madame Li and Li Chou. Instead, he brought his subordinates and escorted the horse bandits away. "Sir, why don't you go ask those two? They are immortals, if we are lucky enough to obtain the favor of an immortal." "Impudent, do you think it is so easy to obtain the favor of an immortal? Don't covet an opportunity that does not belong to us, lest we bring trouble upon ourselves. Pretend that you did not see what happened today." The young general shouted coldly. Everyone was slightly startled. The soldier beside him subconsciously looked at the group of horse bandits. "Sir, even if we don't say anything, then they kill them on the spot." Yes. Accompanied by miserable howls, the horse bandits died one by one under the saber. Carrying their corpses and heads, the group returned to the prefecture city. When they returned to the prefecture city, the prefectural magistrate had already brought people to welcome them. When they and the surrounding commoners saw the corpses of the horse bandits, they all cheered. "General Lin, I knew that with your help, the horse bandits would have nowhere to run." The prefectural magistrate, Su Zijing, immediately greeted the young general with a smile. "Sir Su, fortunately, I did not disappoint you." The young general nodded slightly, then he changed the topic. "My men are also tired, so we will not stay here any longer. We will return to the prince's residence." Yes. Thank you for your help this time, General Lin. I hope that General Lin can pass on my regards to the princess." Su Zijing was startled at first, then he hurriedly nodded. The other party was a trusted subordinate of the prince's residence. This time, when he found out that the desert wolves planned to raid the prefecture city, Su Zijing had no choice but to send a message to the prince's residence in hopes of getting help. He did not expect that the desert wolves would be exterminated in such a short period of time. This showed how powerful the prince's residence was. "General Lin, this is your expenses for the journey." Su Zijing suddenly approached General Lin and stuffed a silver note into his hand. The young general glanced at it, then returned the note to Su Zijing. He said calmly, "I am receiving my salary from the prince's residence, so there is no need for Sir Su to worry. Farewell." With a command, the young general led the blood-stained soldiers away on their horses. Su Zijing was stunned for a moment, then he could not help but shake his head. The Han residence's military is as strong as steel, it is not a lie. Sir, that is the head of the desert wolves. Should we immediately send it back to the capital? One of the subordinates asked in a low voice. Su Zijing nodded slightly. I will write a letter later and send it back to the capital with the head. But don't let anyone know that the Han residents helped out this time. Also send the order to everyone to be tight-lipped. That person in the capital does not like the Han residents. If they know that the Han residence has such elite troops, they may bring trouble to the Han residents. Yes, sir. Chapter 4392. King of Han's Mansion. Lin Xianqiu arrived at King of Han's mansion with a group of soldiers. After returning to camp, he planned to see King of Han and report what he had seen in Huangshi village today. I hope this news can help your highness. However, when he entered King of Han's mansion, he saw the servants in a hurry. Lin Xianqiu grabbed one of them and asked, "Why are you so flustered? What happened?" "Oh, it's General Lin." The servant was startled at first, then he lowered his voice and said, "The princess was assassinated last night, and the arrow was poisoned. Today, her injury has worsened." "The princess was assassinated?" Lin Xianqiu was slightly stunned, then he flew into a rage and immediately rushed to the backyard of King of Han's mansion. Because of his special status, the soldiers who saw him along the way did not dare to stop him. They also knew that today was unusual, and King of Han would definitely meet Lin Xianqiu. In the backyard of King of Han's mansion, a woman was lying on the bed with a pale face. Her face seemed to be shrouded by a black aura that could not be dispersed. Several figures stood in front of the bed. One of them was burly and strong. Although he was not young, his qi and blood were extremely strong. This person was Chen Shuo, King of Han. "Doctor, can my daughter be saved?" Chen Shuo asked calmly. "The princess is deeply poisoned, and I'm afraid I can't do anything. But you Taiji in the capital may have a way to deal with this poison. I've calculated the current situation of the princess. If we send her to the capital today, she might be able to make it." The old doctor sighed softly. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Send her to the capital? Wouldn't that be sending the person in the palace to have something on King of Han's mansion? Your Highness, the assassin came last night in a strange way. He could have killed the princess, but in the end, he spared the princess's life. I'm afraid he hoped that your Highness would send the princess to the capital. The assassin's background is not simple. A general in armor said in a low voice. The others looked at each other and nodded slightly. They had also seen through it. However, if they did not send her, the princess would die. If they sent her, the person would have something on King of Han's mansion. It was really a dilemma. This nephew of mine. A bitter smile appeared on Chen Shuo's face. I've always been taking a step back, but I never expected that he would force me over and over again. Your Highness, in my opinion, we should fight our way to the capital, a general said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the old doctor's expression did not change. He was also a direct descendant of the Han King's mansion. That won't do. Although the Han Dragon army of the King of Han is brave and skilled in battle, there are only 5,000 of them. How can we be a match for the troops from the capital? At that time, countless lives will be lost for nothing. Chen Shuo waved his hand. Father, little sister's poison. A young man who looked 60% similar to Chen Shuo spoke slowly. We'll set off today to deliver it to the capital, Chen Shuo said solemnly. Everyone's expression changed slightly. If the princess went to the capital city, even if she was cured, it would be difficult for her to return to King Han's mansion in the future. She could only stay in the hands of that person in the capital city and become a means of restraining King Han's mansion. Your Highness, General Lin has returned and is requesting an audience. Lin Xianqiu is back? Let him in. Chen Shuo nodded slightly. Lin Xianqiu walked into the room. When he saw that the princess's face was pale and that there was a trace of the black cavalry around her, his face immediately darkened. Xianqiu, has that matter been settled? Chen Shuo nodded. Your Highness, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. The Desert Wolf and the other bandits have been beheaded, Lin Xianqiu said. Then I'll have to trouble you to deliver the princess to the capital city. Chen Shuo sighed softly and gave a brief account of what had happened. Your Highness, if the princess is sent to the capital, then King Han's mansion. Lin Xianqiu was slightly stunned. If that was really the case, then King Han's mansion would be completely suppressed by the capital. It would be extremely disadvantageous to King Han's mansion. Apart from this, there is no other way. Chen Shuo shook his head slightly. Lin Xianqiu's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of the words that the village chief of Huangshi village had told him. Since that immortal lord could turn a seriously ill peasant woman into an existence that could easily kill horse bandits, then wouldn't the princess's illness be? Furthermore, based on the journey, it would be a few days faster to reach Huangshi village than the capital. Your Highness, this time, I chased the desert wolf into a small village, Lin Xianqiu said with a solemn expression. General Lin, now is not the time to talk about this. Since the desert wolf has been killed by you, this matter has come to an end. Another person dressed like a general said with a frown. This matter concerns the princess's safety, Your Highness. Lin Xianqiu said in a deep voice. Concerns the princess's safety? Everyone's face revealed a look of surprise. How could the desert wolf have anything to do with the princess's safety? There was no relationship between the two, right? Chen Shuo was slightly startled, then said in a deep voice, Tell me. Your Highness, this time, we chased the desert wolf to Huangshi village. They had originally used 700 to 800 villagers to threaten us. Both sides were in a deadlock. If we forcefully captured them, the lives of those villagers would definitely be in danger, Lin Xianqiu said slowly. Chen Shuo frowned. This time, those innocent villagers were implicated. Lin Xianqiu slowly shook his head. The villagers were not implicated. Then how did you capture the desert wolf? Chen Shuo said. While we were in a deadlock, we met 2 villagers from Huangshi village. They met with an immortal fate. With a wave of their hand, the desert wolf fell into a coma and the bandits collapsed. It is shameful to say that if it were not for them, I am afraid that this humble servant would not have been able to capture the desert wolf so easily. Lin Xianqiu solemnly recounted the entire process. At the same time, he also told him about what the village chief of Huangshi village told him about Lady Li's serious illness, but she recovered in an instant. Your Highness, if we can ask that cultivator to help, the princess's illness will definitely be cured, Lin Xianqiu said in a deep voice. Immortal? Cultivator? Everyone was shocked by Lin Xianqiu's story. Was there really such a mysterious thing? Chapter 4393. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is unable to find this website today. Dear readers, please remember this website's domain name, Book Ocean Pavilion, and find your way home. General Lin, is everything you said true? Chen Shuo asked with a serious expression. Your Highness, this subordinate doesn't dare to hide anything. The plan now is to send the princess to Huangshi village and see if we can ask that cultivator to treat the princess. Lin Xianqiu said in a low voice. Everyone looked at each other and still found it hard to believe. However, that old physician spoke with a serious expression. "Your Highness, this old man has heard of that divine physician in the capital city. He encountered an immortal fate, which was why he had such achievements in the path of medicine. What General Lin said might be possible. There's no time to lose. General Lin, immediately send my daughter to Huangshe village. You must meet that cultivator and ask him to treat her." Chen Shuo only considered for a moment before he spoke. "Your Highness, please be at ease. This subordinate will do his best." Lin Xianqiu cupped his fists and bowed. Not long after, a low-profile carriage slowly left the Han imperial residence under the protection of the Han Dragon Army. This group of Han Dragon Army soldiers were the elites that followed Lin Xianqiu and killed the Desert Grey Wolf. In a certain restaurant, a figure stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the back of Lin Xianqiu and the others. His lips curled up. "Once they enter the capital city, our hidden sect's position in the country will be able to suppress the obvious sect." Young Master's brilliant plan. Behind the figure stood a beautiful woman. She looked at the young man with a hint of admiration in her eyes. This time, the hidden sect promised that person in the capital city to help him. They originally thought that they would have to expend a lot of manpower and resources. They didn't expect that the young master would resolve it so easily. They didn't even need to send a single soldier, and the Han imperial residents would obediently send the princess to the capital city. This way, that person in the capital city would definitely look up to the hidden sect. "Let's go. We will follow them and return to the capital city on the way." The young master smiled. Outside the city, two figures displayed excellent qinggong and followed behind Lin Xianqiu and the others. Even though there were so many Han Dragon Army elites, they didn't notice the two of them at all. Not long after, the two of them revealed a strange expression. "Young master, they don't seem to be heading towards the capital city," the woman said in a low voice. The young master frowned slightly and let out a faint laugh. "Perhaps there might be other hidden physicians. It's a pity that only the hidden sect can cure our hidden sect's poison. Once they understand this, they will naturally rush to the capital city." "Young master, the region mistress has been poisoned by our hidden sect's Hushi poison. She only has 15 days to live. Would they miss this period of time? If the princess dies, it won't do him any good. He'll be unhappy," the woman said in a low voice. "She won't die. The king of Han likes his daughter so much that he won't let her die like this. The doctor they went to should live not far away. As long as the round trip doesn't take more than 3 days, they still have enough time to go to the capital," the young man said confidently. The woman heaved a sigh of relief. She was not afraid that the princess would die. He was not afraid that the other party would be unhappy. She was afraid that her young master wouldn't be able to complete the mission and would be reprimanded by those elders of the hidden sect. One day later, the two of them continued to follow behind Lin Xianqiu's group. The young man was very calm. 2 days later, the young man remained calm. 3 days later, the young man frowned deeply. They were still on their way. As such, even if the doctor they were looking for couldn't save the princess, there wasn't enough time for them to head to the capital. "Young master," the woman's expression became anxious. "Continue to follow them and see what they are planning. If the king of Han intends to give up on this daughter of his, then the benevolence that the king of Han displayed in front of the commoners is just a facade." The young man sneered. Finally, the two of them followed for 7 days and finally arrived at Huangshe village. "This small village?" The woman looked at Lin Xianqiu and the others entering the village from afar and revealed an astonished expression. "What are they doing in this place?" "Disguise. Let's go in and take a look," the young man said indifferently. The woman nodded slightly. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a face full of hardships walked into Huangshe village with a similarly dark yellow-skinned woman. They looked travel-worn and seemed to have been on their way for a long time. "You must be foreigners, right? Who are you looking for? Which relative is in our Huangshe village?" When a woman saw the two of them, she took the initiative to greet them and asked curiously. The middle-aged man quietly glanced into the distance. The Han dragon army that Lin Xianxiu had brought with him was there in front of a simple courtyard. "Sister, we were just passing by and were thirsty, so we wanted to ask for some water." The middle-aged man revealed an honest smile and said, "So you're here to ask for water? Come with me." The woman smiled and nodded. On the way, the middle-aged man asked curiously, "Those soldiers, oh, you mean them? They're here to pay a visit to the village chief. Our Huangshe village can be considered to have one man ascending to the Tao. Even such a high-ranking official is so polite to us," the woman said proudly. The two of them looked at each other. Something was wrong. The middle-aged man continued to ask curiously, "Sister, what do you mean by one man ascending to the Tao? Has there been a high-ranking official in your village?" "So what if he's a high-ranking official? Even the emperor can't compare to him." The woman smiled. "How dare you?" The woman suppressed the anger in her heart and did not reprimand the middle-aged man. She had already made up her mind. She would send someone over to see if all the villagers here were disrespectful to the emperor. If they were, she would arrest them all and throw them in jail. "Sister, you're bragging. Who in the world has a higher status than His Majesty?" The middle-aged man chuckled. The woman stopped in her tracks and looked at him with a faint smile. "You don't believe me? Then let me tell you why those officials came all the way here. It's because our Huangshe village has an immortal. Those officials went to look for the village chief in hopes that the village chief would send someone to bring them to the Taoist temple in the mountains to meet the immortal. The two of them finally understood everything. The other party came here to find someone to dispel the poison in the princess. However, the person they were looking for was a little confusing. Immortal? There was no such thing as an immortal in this world. However, from the woman's words, they learned that there was a Taoist temple here. The Taoist priest in the Taoist temple was probably proficient in medical skills. Since the other party was willing to risk everything and spend several days to come here, it was obvious that they had great faith in the Taoist priest's medical skills. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, they had no intention of going to the capital. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "Sister, where is the Taoist temple you mentioned? If there really is an immortal, my wife and I would also like to pay a visit to him and beg for his help." The woman's face flashed with a trace of embarrassment. Originally, the woman would not point out the direction of the Qin Tang temple. However, when she heard that they were asking for a child, she laughed and said, "You guys are lucky. The Taoist temple is in that direction. Although the immortal might not help, if you go and beg him, you might be able to get a chance and give birth to a big fat baby." The woman pointed in the direction of the Qin Tang temple. Chapter 4394. Remembering the direction the woman pointed out, the middle-aged man and the woman thanked her profusely and left after drinking the water. Before leaving, Lin Xianxiu and the others were still at the village chief's house. "Child." In the forest, the woman whispered, "What should we do now?" "Go straight to the Taoist temple and kill the doctor inside." Removing his disguise, the child said calmly. "But even if we kill the doctor, Lin Xianxiu and the others won't have time to change to the capital city." The woman frowned. "I will neutralize the poison in his body, and then assassinate him again." The child sneered. That was the only plan now. The woman's eyes lit up. It seemed feasible, and with her and the child's strength, it was not difficult to do it. The two quickly went deep into the forest and flew in the direction pointed out by the woman. The location of the Qin Tang temple might be a bit steep for ordinary people, but it was nothing for martial arts masters like them. In just an hour, the two arrived in front of the Qin Tang temple. They happened to see little Yu coming from another direction with a basket of fruits. Seeing it was a 5 or 6-year-old girl, the child smiled and stepped forward, "Little girl, is this a Taoist temple?" Little Yu had a strange look on her face. She pointed at the board and asked curiously, "You can't read? How dare you?" The woman snorted and looked at little Yu coldly. There was no need for her to pretend to be a woman here. Little Yu frowned and snorted. She ignored the two and walked into the Taoist temple. Seeing this, the child moved and stopped in front of little Yu. He smiled and said, "I want to see the owner of this place. Take me there." "You want to see the owner?" Little Yu frowned. "That's right." The child nodded with a smile. "All right, come with me." Little Yu pondered for a while and nodded. The two followed little Yu into the Taoist temple. When they passed by the gate, the two bronze-armored corpses slowly appeared. The child seemed to sense something. He turned around and did not see anything. He frowned slightly and then relaxed. It seemed that he was overthinking. What could be so mysterious about this Taoist temple? Who are they? De Go and Li Chou were cultivating celestial techniques when they sensed the presence of strangers, so they came together. Why are they all children? The woman felt a little strange. "Brother, they want to see the Abbey Dean." Little Yu said. "You want to see Master?" De Guzi's eyes flashed with suspicion. These two people didn't have the aura of a cultivator on them. Could it be that Master knew other mortals? "Let me ask you, how many people are there in this Taoist temple?" The woman said coldly. De Guzi sensed that the other party did not seem to have good intentions. His expression became increasingly strange, but he still honestly replied, "Our temple has a total of 5 people. That means 2 people aren't here." The woman glanced at the young man and saw him nodding slightly. She moved and instantly restrained the 3 men. The 3 of them did not panic in the slightest as they looked at the woman indifferently. "As long as you listen to me, you'll be fine." The woman sneered. Then, she said in a clear voice, "The owner of this place, please come out for a chat." His voice reverberated throughout the entire Qin Tang temple. Not long after, Ning Qi slowly walked over. Li Shi glanced at him and then turned to leave. "Master, the 3 of them want to see you." De Guzi cupped his fists respectfully. "Master? Him?" The woman and the young man both had a strange expression on their faces as they looked at Ning Qi from head to toe. This was clearly a 5 or 6-year-old child. "You're deliberately mystifying things. If you don't come out, those children will all die." The woman glanced around. "Stop shouting. If you want to see the Abbey Dean, then I am the Abbey Dean. Don't I look like one?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Oh, you are the Abbey Dean here?" The young man suddenly smiled and said, "Do you know why we are here? Why are you 2 here?" Ning Qi also smiled. "We are here to kill the Abbey Dean." The young man smiled faintly. "If you are the Abbey Dean, then we are here to kill you." "You are here to kill me? Can I know the reason?" Ning Qi said with a strange expression. 2 mortals came to his side for no reason and said that they wanted to kill him? "There is no need to know." The young man smiled faintly and said to the woman, kill them all. I believe the Abbey Dean will not watch his disciples die in vain." "Yes, young master." The woman nodded slightly and waved her hand to slap the head of Li Chou, who was closest to her. The force was enough to shatter rocks. However, when her palm fell on Li Chou's head, the spiritual qi in Li Chou's body gushed out automatically and easily blocked the woman's attack. Crack! A crisp sound. The terrifying counterattack broke the woman's arm directly, and the white bone was exposed in the air. She was stunned for a few breaths before she came to her senses. Her face was covered in cold sweat, and she stepped back a few steps while holding her arm. The young man reacted quickly and suddenly retreated. What was this place? He knew the woman's martial arts cultivation very well. The opponent was only a child, but he could injure the woman so easily. The Abbey Dean of this place was certainly not simple. Fortunately, his lightness skill was excellent. Now that he had reacted, it was not a big problem to leave this place. As for his maid, I will avenge you in the future, the young man thought to himself. The young man thought to himself. He took a few deep looks at Ning Qi and the others. Then, he stumbled and fell forward as if he had hit a wall on his back. Impossible! He had already memorized the terrain here. It was impossible for a wall to be behind him. The young man turned around in astonishment, only to see two burly figures clad in black armor staring at him quietly. The bronze-armored corpses would attack as soon as they sensed hostility. If it were not for Ning Qi, the young man would have been torn to pieces. Now, can you tell me why you came all the way to Qin Tang Temple to kill me? Ning Qi walked slowly to the young man and said with a smile. Young master! The woman shouted fiercely. Although she could see that the young man was about to give up on her, she still loyally rushed towards Ning Qi to protect the young man. Ning Qi gently waved his hand. The woman was wrapped in celestial qi and floated in the air, unable to move. Seeing this scene, the young man's face gradually revealed a look of shock. The calmness that he had maintained for more than 20 years disappeared in an instant. Are you a human or a demon? The young man's voice trembled a little. He thought of the immortal that the peasant woman had mentioned. Were there really immortals in this world? At this moment, he regretted not finding out the details of this place. Chapter 4395. Remember, I'm the one asking you questions. Ning Qi smiled. The young man was indeed experienced. Seeing that Ning Qi didn't kill him, he calmed down. At the same time, he deduced that this temple was very mystical. Perhaps what the woman from Huangshe village said was true. There might be an immortal here, and these kids might be the children of the immortal. Until now, he still didn't think that Ning Qi was the master of this temple. Tell me, why did you two come to the Qin Tang Temple and want to kill me? Ning Qi smiled. Because of the Han residence. The young man hesitated for a while and said slowly. The Han residence? Ning Qi smiled. I don't know the Han residence. That's not a good enough reason. Why don't you tell me the whole story? Don't know the Han residence? A wisp of astonishment appeared on the young man's face, and then he instantly recovered from his shock and felt extremely regretful. He was too anxious. Lin Xianxiu and the others were still in Huangshe village. Didn't this mean that they didn't have the confidence to ask the master of this temple to help them? At this moment, a deep voice came from outside the door. Lin Xianxiu of the Han Dragon Army from the Han residence seeks an audience with the immortal of the Qin Tang Temple. Lin Xianxiu was here. A solemn expression appeared on the young man's face. If the other party walked into the Taoist temple, they would definitely bump into each other. But luckily, he was from the hidden sect and Lin Xianxiu didn't know him. Ning Qi looked out of the Taoist temple, and the celestial qi circulated in his eyes. He saw Lin Xianxiu and the woman in the chariot that they had forcibly carried up the mountain. At this moment, Ning Qi seemed to understand why the young man was here. He looked at the two of them with a faint smile and said to De Guzi, "Go and welcome them in." "Yes, master." De Guzi nodded and left. Outside the temple, Lin Xianxiu looked a little nervous. The Han Dragon Army beside him held their breath and were full of respect for this place. "General Lin, young lady's poison seems to be getting worse," a woman in the carriage said. "Don't worry. We have arrived at the Qin Tang Temple. As long as the immortal is willing to help, the poison in young lady's body can definitely be removed," Lin Xianxiu said without turning back. Not long after, he saw a thin and small figure walk out of the Taoist temple. Lin Xianxiu's eyes lit up. Last time, Li Chou was about the same age, and her methods were also extraordinary. The boy in front of him was most likely the disciple of that immortal. He had already heard from the village head of Huangshe village that the deity was immortal and did not grow old. He had the appearance of a child, but his appearance was different from De Guzi. The reason why he asked about the deity's appearance was because he was afraid that he would accidentally offend Ning Qi. Master said that you can enter the Taoist temple. Follow me. De Guzi nodded slightly at Lin Xianqiu. Thank you, thank you. Lin Xianqiu was pleasantly surprised. He quickly gestured to his subordinates, and they carried the carriage into the Taoist temple. Before long, they arrived in front of the small courtyard and saw Ning Qi, Li Chou, and the others. They also saw the woman suspended high in the air, and the young man standing gloomily to the side. The Han Dragon Army soldier looked at the woman, and the respect in his heart exploded. His body trembled, and he felt the urge to kneel down and worship her. He could fly. Those who could fly were definitely immortals. But how could this immortal fly in such a strange way? Could it be that immortals were like this? Master, they're here. De Guzi walked in front of Ning Qi and spoke softly. Ning Qi nodded slightly and smiled at Lin Xianqiu. This general, do you recognize the two of them? Ning Qi pointed at the woman and the young man. Lin Xianqiu was startled and sized up the woman and the young man. He then shook his head slightly and asked carefully, Lord Deity, should I recognize them? They should be the ones who poisoned your young lady. When they knew that you were coming to find me for the antidote, they went up the mountain to kill me. Yet, you don't even recognize the enemy. You are too careless. Ning Qi smiled faintly and shook his head. Lin Xianqiu was stunned. Immediately after, his eyes revealed a smear of anger as he stared at the young man and the woman. Suddenly, he thought of something. Hidden sect. You are the hidden sect's disciples by the Emperor's side. Lin Xianqiu shouted. That's right. The young man admitted frankly, I am indeed a hidden sect's disciple by the Emperor's side. You poisoned the Regent Mistress so that we can send the Regent Mistress to the capital city so that the Emperor can get hold of the Lord's weakness. Am I right? Lin Xianqiu sneered. It turned out that the other party had been following behind them and ultimately wanted to find trouble with the Lord Deity at this Qin Tang temple. When a mortal went against an immortal, so what if they were the hidden sect's disciples? Lord Deity, they followed us to find this place. We are the ones who revealed the Lord Deity's hidden place. Please punish us. Lin Xianqiu knelt on the ground with a thud. The young man was slightly stunned. The target of his kneeling was Ning Qi. Could it be that this child in front of him had never been fooling him? Was he really the temple master of this Taoist temple? At the thought of this, the young man's heart surged with a chill. With such a method, the age in front of him was definitely not real. Since it wasn't real, wasn't it the immortal's method of regaining his youth? Such a method only existed in legends. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was truly unbelievable. It is fate that you can find this place. Are you going to take these two with you, or do you want me to send them on their way? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Lord Deity, the Region Lord is now poisoned. I am here today to ask for Lord Deity's help to neutralize. Lin Xianqiu kowtowed. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Qi said, Your Region Lord is fine. Fine? How is this possible? The young man frowned deeply. He didn't even see what Ning Qi did. The curtain of the carriage didn't open either. Lin Xianqiu was also in disbelief. Just at this moment, there was a sudden exclamation from the carriage. Region Lord, why are you up? The person who was poisoned was bedridden. If she could get up, it meant that the poison had been neutralized. The young man had a stunned expression. After several breaths of time, the curtain was lifted open. A woman with a pale complexion and a sickly complexion lifted the curtain. Region Lord. Lin Xianqiu was pleasantly surprised. Immortal's method, immortal's method. The young man muttered to himself while his eyes were filled with fear. Since he was young, the education that he had received and the worldview that he had nurtured was completely shattered today. The hidden sect concocted the qi poison with a special formula and had been passed down for hundreds of years. No doctor in this world could neutralize it. Today, it was silently neutralized by someone, and not even the remnant poison was left. Chapter 4396. General Lin, it has been hard on you. The Region Lord looked at Lin Xianqiu and spoke softly. As long as the Region Lord is fine, everything is fine. Lin Xianqiu replied happily. The Region Lord nodded slightly and got off the carriage. She came before Ning Qi and bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Although she had been poisoned by the parasite and was unable to get up, she was still aware of the outside world. She knew that the miraculous recovery of her body today was definitely related to this mysterious person in front of her. It was nothing much. This is not a place for you to stay for long. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Ning Qi said plainly. The Region Lord paused slightly and had a strange look in her eyes. She didn't dare to say anything else and was about to leave with her men. Aren't you going to bring these two along? Ning Qi said plainly. General Lin. The Region Lord looked at Lin Xianqiu. Lin Xianqiu immediately led the Han Dragon army to escort the young man and his servant girl. Thank you, Senior. I will definitely remember Senior's great kindness. Lin Xianqiu bowed to Ning Qi. Their martial arts are stronger than yours. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. Everyone felt their vision blur, and unknowingly, they had appeared outside the temple. They are indeed immortals. The Region Lord opened her mouth and was shocked. Lin Xianqiu and the other Han Dragon army soldiers all revealed deep respect. Such an existence will affect the power of a nation. The young man's expression turned ugly. You are young Master Hufeng from the hidden sect, right? A voice sounded in his ear. The young man looked at the Region Lord and frowned slightly. You recognize me? That's right. The Region Lord nodded slightly. Kill them. There was a flash of saber light. The young man and the girl didn't even have time to react and were instantly beheaded by the elites of the Han Dragon army. The two of them never expected that the Region Lord would attack them outside the temple. They were still thinking that the Han Dragon army wouldn't be able to stop them once they left the mountain. Their martial arts are strong. Once they leave the mountain, you may not be able to stop them. The princess explained. She seemed to be explaining to Lin Xianqiu and the others, and also to the people in the Taoist temple. After explaining, she ordered Lin Xianqiu and the others to take their heads and clean up the traces so that the door of the Taoist temple would not be stained with blood. Then, they bowed to the Taoist temple and went down the mountain. The king of Han's mansion, Chen Shuo, and a few of his subordinates watched as his daughter walked in. Lin Xianqiu carried 2 wooden boxes in her hands. The princess's poison has really been cured. Is what Lin Xianqiu said true? Are there really traces of immortals in Huangshe village? The generals looked at each other and were secretly shocked. At the same time, they were also very happy. Since the princess was not dead, there was no need to send her to the capital, and that person in the capital would not be able to use her to restrain the king of Han Mansion. Father, the people who attacked me this time are the hidden sect and young Master Feng who are by His Majesty's side. The princess bowed to Chen Shuo and said slowly, Young Master Wind? A look of shock flashed through Chen Shuo's eyes. How did you know it was him? His hand? I heard that this child had extraordinary talents since young, and his martial arts were strong. He was also very intelligent and might take over the position of the hidden sect patriarch in the future, becoming a sharp blade in His Majesty's hand. His head is in the box in General Lin's hands, and the other box is the head of his servant girl. The princess spoke slowly and explained the encounter. The more everyone listened, the more shocked they were. Chen Shuo muttered to himself, I didn't think that there would be such an immortal in this duke's jurisdiction. This duke must personally pay a visit. Father, that person doesn't seem to like disturbance. The princess reminded him. That's true. We have to find an appropriate time. Chen Shua nodded slightly. Since that person was able to resolve the qi poison in his daughter's body, he should be an unreasonable person. As long as he found an appropriate time, he would pay a visit. What do you intend to do with these two heads? Chen Shua looked at the princess and asked. I intend to send them to the capital. The princess smiled and said. Send them to the capital? If that's the case, wouldn't we completely fall out with the hidden sect? Chen Shua frowned. The other generals were also a little fearful. The hidden sect's strength might not be comparable to the obvious sect, but their methods shouldn't be underestimated. It was rumored that the hidden sect had countless assassins under them. Some were elites in the army, and some were experts in the pugilistic world. Not only were these people extremely powerful, but their backers were also closely related to that person in the palace. They acted without any restraints. If they were to really go against them, the Han residents would definitely suffer from endless assassinations. If they were to go missing, it would bring some trouble to the liege residents. We might as well send them to the capital openly. The hidden sect would be intimidated for a short period of time, and they wouldn't dare to act recklessly until they understand the reason. We should make use of this opportunity to express our attitude to that person. If they continue to be overbearing, we can only accept the challenge. The princess spoke in a deep voice. Accepting the challenge would completely fall out with him. He is the emperor, and I might be his second uncle, but I am just a subject. Chen Shua revealed a grave expression. Father, the entire Han residence concerns countless lives. If anything happens to you, all of them will be dealt with one by one, including General Lin and all the great generals who have followed us for many years. The princess swept a glance at everyone. Liege Lord, the princess is right. A great general spoke with a gloomy expression. Not only is that person muddle-headed and incompetent, but he also likes to listen to slanderous rumors. He has made a move against Liege Lord time and time again. If this continues, I'm afraid he will not let us live. I wonder if we can invite that immortal to come out and help Liege Lord. With such a mystical person, we will definitely be able to suppress the situation. No. The princess shook her head slightly and said, That is our final path of retreat. Final path of retreat? Everyone didn't understand. But very quickly, they understood the princess's meaning. 10 days later, 2 heads were sent to the capital. It immediately shook the capital's officials. For the next few months, there were no movements from the capital, and neither did the hidden sect. But after another month, that person in the capital issued an imperial edict, declaring the Han residents to be a traitor and calling for the world to punish them. The king of Han immediately rose up and led the Han dragon army towards the capital. During this process, the Han dragon army won every battle they fought and won every battle they fought. They gathered together many of the scattered soldiers that they had defeated. No one in the world expected that the Han residents would march straight in and fight their way to the capital in such a short period of time. They also didn't expect that on that day, dark clouds would flash and lightning would descend from the sky, causing the Han dragon army to be utterly defeated. Then, the soldiers that charged out from the capital took advantage of their victory to pursue them. In that battle, the Han dragon army was almost wiped out. Chen Shua and the others escaped alive with the help of Lin Xianqiu and the others. Chapter 4397. Search. This is where the Han dragon army fled to. That traitor Chen Shua is among them. Whoever finds them will be promoted to nobility. A eunuch with a gloomy expression was sitting on a strange beast. This beast was a few times larger than an ordinary horse. Its entire body was covered in green scales, and its bell-like eyes were blood-red. Just a glance from it would cause people to feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. The surrounding soldiers did not dare to look directly at the eunuch and his mount. In the battle outside the capital, this embroidered rogue eunuch and his beast had caused the Han Dragon army to flee in all directions. If not for the Han Dragon army pledging their lives to protect him, Chen Shuo would not have been able to escape and would have long since died outside the capital. A dozen breaths later, a soldier hurriedly ran back and cupped his hands in salute to the eunuch. "My lord, there is a village not far ahead. On the road leading to the village there are traces of cavalry. Although they have already carefully cleaned up the traces, this subordinate was still able to catch a glimpse of them." "Haha, hiding in a village?" The eunuch revealed a faint evil smile. "What village is it?" "It seems to be Huangshe village," the soldier said. "Let's go in and take a look. Let's see how the king of Han feels after hiding in such a remote place in such a panic." A trace of schadenfreude flashed in the eunuch's eyes. "Yes," the several hundred soldiers replied in unison. They were all elites of the imperial army of the capital's imperial palace. They were originally arrogant and unruly, so how could they respect a mere eunuch? But a few days ago, they had personally witnessed the eunuch's strength and were willing to accept him as their leader. Huangshe village. This place was somewhat different from before. At the end of the village, a Taoist temple had been erected. The words "Mysterious Heaven Sect" were written on the plaque above the temple. Not long after Lin Xianqiu and the others left, the ancestor of the Mysterious Heaven Sect kept his promise and moved the entire Mysterious Heaven Sect to Huangshe village, building a Taoist temple in the village. Their current status was like the gatekeepers of the Qin Tang Temple. In this period of time, the villagers of Huangshe village were naturally very happy. With such an immortal living in their village, they didn't even need to worry about wild beasts descending from the mountains to wreak havoc at night. "Village chief, that group of people just now seems to be the rebellious Han Dragon army. They escaped to our Huangshe village. Will they bring disaster to our village? What does this have to do with us? Our Huangshe village did not protect them. Even if the Holy Emperor came, he would not be able to find fault with them." The village chief glanced at the mysterious heaven gate in the distance. Previously, when the Han Dragon army had arrived at Huangshe village, they had planned to head straight into the mountains. However, they had been stopped by the mysterious heaven gate. "That's true." The crowd nodded in agreement. But soon after, they felt the ground shake and couldn't help but look towards the entrance of the village. What they saw almost made the village chief faint on the spot. The huge beast that the eunuch was riding on looked like a monster. Not to mention an old man like the village chief, even a strong young man would be scared to the point of shivering. "Monster. Village chief, look. It's really a monster." "Shut up and calm down. Where are we? How would demons dare to set foot in it?" The old village chief quickly calmed down and berated the crowd. Then, he looked at the eunuch and the others with a grave expression. The elite imperial guards followed the eunuch into Huangshe village with solemn expressions. Their gazes were as sharp as knives as they swept across the faces of the crowd. "Did you see the Han Dragon army just now?" One of the elite imperial guards suddenly stepped forward and asked coldly. "Han Dragon army?" The old village chief immediately nodded. "I saw them. They're over there." He turned and pointed towards the mysterious heaven gate. "The mysterious heaven gate? There's actually a Taoist temple here. Could it be that Chen Shua's confidence lies in this Taoist temple?" The eunuch's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that Chen Shua had not chosen a random path in a panic. Instead, he had long since made preparations. Otherwise, how could there be a Taoist temple in such a remote mountain village? However, he was not worried. The spiritual energy here was barren, so no cultivator would choose to cultivate here. Even if there were, they would most likely be low-level qi condensation cultivators. "You're quite tactful. You know that there's no point in protecting Chen Shua now." The eunuch chuckled and then waved his hand. "A group of people will watch over them. Once we capture the bandit leader, we'll bring them all in for questioning. If they haven't committed any serious crimes, we can spare their lives." "What?" The village chief and the other villagers were dumbfounded. They never thought that the other party would capture them as well. "This is too much, isn't it?" Before they could react, the elite Imperial Guards split off a dozen people and surrounded them. Then, the others followed the eunuch and walked towards the eye-catching Taoist temple in the distance. As they got closer, they could faintly see the figures of the Han Dragon army. Those defeated soldiers all had injuries on their bodies. As soon as the embroidered-clothed eunuch saw them, a cruel smile appeared on his face. A few breaths later, the eunuch appeared in front of the Taoist temple on a huge beast. Spiritual energy gathered at his throat and instantly exploded. He let out a heaven-shaking roar. "Traitors, come out and surrender!" His voice was so loud that even the tiles on the black heaven gate trembled. The Han Dragon army soldiers turned to look at the eunuch one after another. There was still a trace of fear in their eyes that could not be washed away. They had been frightened by the other party's methods in the last battle. "This is the Black Heaven Gate. Who dares to be so presumptuous here?" With a cold shout, a sword light shot out from the mysterious Heaven Gate and instantly pierced through the huge beast under the command of the eunuch. The beast whimpered and died innocently. The atmosphere became very quiet. The eunuch in embroidered robes could feel the heat energy of his beast continuously dissipating, and a trace of astonishment gradually appeared in his eyes. His beast's strength was at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, and he himself was a strong cultivator at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Yet, the opponent had actually killed his mount with a single strike? In the next moment, the eunuch suddenly felt the hairs on his back stand up. He slowly turned around and saw that in the air. The flying sword was spinning and its sharp aura had already enveloped him. "There's a cultivator here who's even stronger than me. How is this possible? How did Chen Shu recognize a cultivator like this?" The eunuch was covered in cold sweat. A figure slowly walked out from the Black Heaven Gate. It was an old man. Although he was not the sect leader, he was still a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator. The old man looked at the eunuch coldly and said indifferently, "Do you know where this is? Considering how noisy you guys were just now, I'm already being merciful by only killing your subordinate's mount. Who exactly are you people?" The eunuch swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a serious expression, "You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.